experienced a barrage of misinformation, or as my good friend Nancy so perfectly mentioned in one of our earlier sessions, misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. One short 10-second reel, a random doctor's comment is all it takes, and we spend days battling over it, and it happens again and again and again. In a world flooded with information, how do we separate fact and fear? Media headlines paint nicotine as a villain, while safer alternatives like vaping, nicotine pouches are framed as dangerous or just as bad as smoking, if not worse. What's the truth? Science and real-world stories from all of us prove that tobacco harm reduction actually works. And through real-life stories and fact-based approach, we challenge myths repeatedly, break through the noise, drive honest conversations about safer nicotine product and their roles in saving lives. We come here year after year to this amazing GFN conference in many ways to get in touch with our roots, listen to experts, share and exchange ideas, and update ourselves. I'm Jagannath, a consumer advocate from the city of Hyderabad in India, and I'm privileged to be hosting this Keynote 3, which is what I hear versus what I know, battling misinformation from the newsroom to Facebook comment sections. To help us get a proper grasp of this and navigate the space, we have our speaker, Maria Papaione. I hope I got that right. Thank you. Close? Okay. She's known in this vaping community as someone who just doesn't give up. She embarked a journey towards a smoke-free life in September 2010 when she embraced vaping as an alternative to smoking. I believe it was a device given to you by your mother-in-law, right? Yeah. Recognizing this transformative potential of vaping, Maria soon became a vocal advocate for the industry and its enthusiasts. In 2013, Maria took a bold step in establishing one of Canada's first vape shops, positioning herself at the forefront of a rapidly evolving market. Simultaneously, she dedicated her efforts to championing better regulations within the vaping sector. Her commitment to advocacy was evident as she organized and led protests, both federal and provincial government, ensuring that the voices of vapers were heard on policy matters. Maria has played a pivotal role in founding Vapers Advocates in Ontario and spearheading the Rights for Vapers movement in 2019. For over a decade, she has leveraged her expertise to address legislative bodies, passionately advocating against flavor bans and contributing to the broader discourse on vaping. In 2021, Maria went a step further and she registered as a third party during the federal elections, further amplifying her commitment to shaping policies that align with the interests of vaping community. In 2024, through Right for Vape, she encouraged the Canadians to communicate with the government in Canada, and collectively, Canadians who support vaping have sent over 100,000 letters to the government opposing restrictive and oppressive regulations against access to these products. She is a tireless champion for personal liberty, public health, and safer nicotine alternatives. Dr. Konstantinos Farsilonas, the respondent, is no stranger. While appearing larger than life, he is someone who puts you at ease with his infectious laugh and wit. He is a physician, a cardiologist by training, a serious researcher who has since 2011 published over 110 studies and presenting in an equally number of staggering conferences worldwide. And besides being an author and the handling editor on the first scientific book on electronic cigarettes, in 2019, he was declared as one of the most cited researchers by the Web of Science from a list of over 6,200 scientists. His work has influenced and helped shape the EU regulatory framework on vaping. Maria will lead this, followed by Farsilonas, who will share his initial responses, after which we will open up for a Q&A for everyone here, including those who are watching us online. Please welcome Maria with a nice round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I am so glad you're here, and I want to say thank you for showing up to my very first GFN keynote, What I Hear versus What I Know, Battling Misinformation from the Newsroom. Just let's make sure this, sorry, I don't know how to use this clicker very well. Battling misinformation from the newsroom to the Facebook comments section. So, quick confession, I think I missed a key word in that title. It should have included government, because misinformation does not just sit in our aunt's Facebook comment section. Sometimes it sits in government, and in my case, the House of Commons. Last year, we collectively had a jaw-drop moment when our then Minister of Health, Mark Holland, a man who, if you didn't know, lobbied for tobacco control, specifically with heart and stroke, he stood up and made a dramatic and knowingly false claim about vaping. I could read it to you, but honestly, he delivered it with much more flair than I could ever replicate. So let's play the video, if I can figure it out. Okay. Play.
Let me say in the first order that when it comes to cessation, we want to see innovation.
Audio.
We want to see products that are going to get people off of nicotine and off of tobacco. I was with Heart and Stroke when we dealt with the issue of vaping. And there were many voices at that time when information was uncertain who said, let this exist as a cessation tool. Don't take action. The result of that, unfortunately, was that the tobacco industry was able to addict a whole new cohort of young people who had no exposure to nicotine to something that's absolutely deadly for their health. We cannot allow that to happen again. So my intention, I don't ever want to go through this again. What we saw happening in vaping, all the illness, the death, the sickness, we cannot allow that to happen in nicotine pouches. We cannot allow this to happen in an abuse of a channel, a legitimate channel in cessation.
Okay, guys, he lied. He lied. Like, I cannot even say that. I need to repeat it again. He lied. Not one child in Canada has died from vaping. In fact, no Canadian has died from vaping or using any safer nicotine product. Just last year, 48,000 Canadians died from tobacco-related illness. You see, the fact that he didn't tell the truth didn't stop him or others from pushing a narrative that isn't just wrong, it's dangerous. What I've learned is when science doesn't back tobacco control story, they don't revise the policy. They rewrite the story, not with facts, but with fear, drama, and deliberate misinformation. The fight for access to safer nicotine products, well, the truth isn't just ignored, it's attacked, silenced, and mocked. Many of you in this room know exactly what that feels like. A health official makes a statement, a journalist runs with it, a politician amplifies it, and suddenly it's viral. Meanwhile, we consumers, advocates, we're in our chat groups. We are sharing sources, correcting headlines, and trying to hold the line with science, evidence, and facts. Sadly, the damage is most likely already done. It's exhausting, it's infuriating, and sometimes it feels like we don't matter. But we do. So let's get to the heart of it. Let's change this guy's face too. Let's get to the heart of it. Here's what I hear almost daily, and I'm sure all of you do as well. Vaping isn't just as bad as smoking. Nicotine causes cancer. You're just shilling for big tobacco. These aren't just lies. They're loud, repeated consistently, and often by people in power. And when something's loud enough, often enough, it starts to feel true, even when it's not. But here's what I know. Here we go. Smoking kills. Oops, I'll go back one. Smoking kills. Nicotine by itself doesn't. The real villain is combustion. Burning tobacco. Remove the smoke and you remove most of the harm. Safer nicotine products, vapes, nicotine pouches, heated tobacco aren't a big tobacco trap. They're a public health opportunity, and they're working. Millions upon millions of us have already used them to quit smoking for good. So why is the public still so misinformed? Because misinformation has had a head start and a megaphone. During National Non-Smoking Week, a major Ontario health unit tweeted this. Let's get that up there. They tweeted, "Vaping harms your lungs. Short-term effects of vaping include coughing and shortness of breath. Long-term effects include lung damage and lung disease. It's never too late to quit. Learn more." We know that's misleading, but the headline stuck. It wasn't the fact that there was nothing to support this statement. They didn't look at the 50-plus comments calling them out. In fact, they muted those comments and removed them. And they also didn't care about the community note that was put on this. So I decided, what can I do? Why don't I use their system? So I followed their process, and I decided to do a delegation and tell the health unit what they said was incorrect. I got my 5 minutes. And when I was done, the chair of that committee asked me one question. "Did you try to contact the health unit?" I responded with, "I wouldn't be here if they answered or returned my call." The misinformation is institutional, not only in Canada, but around the world. Health agencies, regulators, even doctors often repeat outdated or debunked info, sometimes out of fear, sometimes out of habit, and most times because they just don't have the time to learn. And the thing is, tobacco control knows this, and they capitalize it because no one wants to really defend nicotine because it's not sexy. But this isn't about being liked, it's about eradicating smoking. And that means telling the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. The public is misinformed, and that's not a reason to quit. It's the reason to keep going. Because when people know better, they choose better. That's where change starts. As consumers, we do have a voice. But fear and stigma are powerful weapons, and the consequences, they're very real. This isn't an abstract debate. It's real people making real decisions based on bad information, and they're suffering from it. We need to speak up because right now, misinformation is winning. In Canada, public health authorities are virtually the only ones allowed to speak openly about the relative risks of vaping to smoking, and they're funded to do so. Meanwhile, vape shops, where most people who smoke show up, are risk fines or jail time for telling the truth about relative risks. God forbid a vape shop employee sells a vape to someone based on telling them it's 95% safer than smoking. They could go to prison for 18 months. And nicotine pouches, Zonic, an approved Health Canada product, was sidelined by that dramatic health minister and an overreaching ministerial order. Now that product is only available behind a pharmacist's counter in mint or menthol. It is easier to buy a pack of cigarettes in Canada than a product designed and approved to help you quit smoking. It is absolutely absurd. And what about awareness campaigns for safer nicotine products? The media will not allow us to run factual ads. Social media, Instagram, Facebook, forget about it. They will ban you. The public space on the truth is silent. And what fills that silence? Misinformation. So here's what that looks like. So in 2022, the Canadian Tobacco and Nicotine Survey broke down the numbers on relative risk and beliefs among Canadians. Among the general population, 49% believe vaping is as harmful or more harmful than smoking. Okay, 32% say they don't know. That totals to 81% of Canadians either misunderstand or have no idea that vaping is safer than smoking. And when we zoom in to people who smoke, 79% don't know that vaping is safer, And among those who smoke but have never tried a vaping product, okay, there we go. A staggering 90% believe vaping is as bad or worse. These are the very people who stand to benefit the most from switching to safer alternatives. Yet, misinformation has left them stuck, misled, confused, and still smoking. They truly believe, because of where they go to get their information, that smoking that cigarette will keep them alive longer and healthier than switching to a vape. Being an advocate in this space isn't easy. On paper, it sounds simple. You're standing up for science, for public health, for people too often ignored. You're trying to bridge a gap between policymakers, the public, and people who use nicotine but don't want to die from it. I mean, heck, people are quitting smoking. Isn't that the goal? My first real leap into advocacy came in 2014, shortly after opening a vape shop. I learned that the city of Toronto was planning to ban vaping on city property while still allowing smoking in those same spaces. So I went to the hearing. I naively believed that if I just stand up and say, hey, this helped me quit smoking, and so many others, they'll get it. But instead, I was met with questions from uninformed politicians about profit margins. Not a single question about the people who use these products. No one asked how many people quit smoking. And that was the moment I realized the stories, the people, all of us who quit, need to fight for that space. You speak to policymakers, you're called naive, a lobbyist. You speak to the public, and you're drowned out by panic and misinformation. And when you speak to the people who smoke or vape, they get it, but quietly because they're too afraid to speak up because of stigma. And when you are effective, when you make that choice, that's when the fight gets real and the backlash gets personal. I've been called a liar, a danger to children, an industry puppet. I've been censored, deplatformed, and disinvited. Not because I said anything false, but because I challenged their script. Advocacy is personal. For consumers, shop owners, scientists, there's a deep connection to safer nicotine products. I was someone who smoked. I loved smoking. And I never thought I would quit until in 2009, my mother-in-law bought us all our first electronic cigarette. And for the first time, quitting was easy. And maybe that's what people don't like, that we found an easy way to quit smoking because we all know how hard it is with patches and gums. And also, taking those hot baths and long walks to forget about that cigarette you want didn't really work either. Globally, my 2009 self would never believe in 2025 and what is happening. Millions of us who quit smoking with safer alternatives are now being told we're wrong. Instead of tobacco companies being the villains, it's us. People who use safer nicotine products and speak up and out about it, we are cast as the threats. Globally, governments are pushing their citizens to break the laws just to access a vape or pouch, because the alternative to them is going back to smoking. When it comes to policy, science is to take the lead. But in this space, emotion seems to win. Panic spreads faster than peer-reviewed studies. Tobacco control is a well-oiled and frankly spoiled machine. It has no hesitation to reframe the narrative to make anyone that goes against them the enemy, including folks who speak up for safer nicotine products. To them, we're the enemy because we're telling the world nicotine isn't the problem, combustion is. Today, safer nicotine products, they were created and sold by the very people who tobacco control once claimed to fight for. People like me who simply wanted to find the best way to quit. Michael Russell, the father of tobacco harm reduction, said it best. People smoke for nicotine, but they die from the tar. Millions of us understand that. The only ones who don't seem to be the Puritans of TC. We say vaping is 95% less harmful than smoking. They say there's no proof. What about the kids? We say it helped us quit. They say there's no proof. What about the kids? We point to evidence. They point to distractions. A perfect example is with Cochrane. When Cochrane reaffirmed vaping's effectiveness in November of 2022, the old guard tobacco control didn't respond with data. They blogged with manipulation. What followed was brilliant. So here's some of the statements that was made in that. Cochrane has confirmed that the clinical trials, other stop smoking medications available in Canada do better than e-cigarettes. This Cochrane review is out of step with other scientific assessments of the usefulness of e-cigarettes as quitting aids. There is no evidence that encouraging smokers to use e-cigarettes has benefited health in Canada. What followed was brilliant. Jamie Hartman-Boyce and Nicola Linson responded calmly, firmly to criticisms from Physicians for a Smoke-Free Canada. They clarified they're not pro-vaping advocates. They're researchers doing their job. Yes, their communications are funded because sharing science isn't a side hustle, it's essential. They push back on the claim that e-cigarettes don't work, pointing out that quitting smoking is hard and even modest success saves lives. Comparing raw data across studies, apples to oranges, that's why they're working on proper meta-analysis. They defended clinical trials because science matters, addressed long-term use and youth concerns, and reminded critics that Cochrane reviews follow strict protocols, even when authors are also trial investigators. Then came the mic drop moment. Vaping debates are fracturing the tobacco control movement. Maybe, they suggest, we should stop fighting each other and focus on the real enemy, cigarettes. What I know is that response from academics empowered consumers around the globe. Because when we see academics and people who are putting out science defending it to the misinformation, it gives us the opportunity and the motivation to go out there and amplify that. And I know that the policymakers who regulate these products, they have the access to the same internet where accusations and rebuttals play out and are all well trained to see past the smoke and mirrors of misinformation. We have to fight back. I'm not a scientist, but when I see researchers standing up to misinformation, it gives me fuel. It pushes me to speak louder, to find spaces where people and their stories can be heard. I have never been more certain that this work matters, because in Canada, we've kept a flavor ban at bay for over 4 years, even though many people wanted it to happen. Why? Because we found our way to keep the science and the lived experience louder than the fear. So what do? We continue to push back with facts, with strategy, and with heart, and most importantly, with action. From rallies to letters, from bus tours to social media, from simple pop-ups to emails, we find a way to tell our story. We find ways to make sure that our voice is heard. It means engaging respectfully when it's hard, even when someone misquotes data, spreads fear, or calls you names, because yelling at them is not going to change their mind. But if we listen, maybe we can. When you show up calmly with credible information and lived experience, that's when cracks start to form. In 2018, flavors became a political issue in Canada. My dear friend and mentor, David Sweener, and I were discussing it when he suggested, why don't you launch a postcard campaign and explain why flavors matter and mail them to the Minister of Health? Just so you know, it's free to mail our government in Canada, so we take advantage of that. So that's exactly what we did. We sent over 30,000 postcards from Canadians across the country. Unfortunately, Health Canada treated those 30,000 postcards as if they came from one person. A single voice, counting them as one submission. As you can imagine, that distorted the results. Instead of recognizing that 97% of respondents opposed a flavor ban, the report suggested that over 80% supported it. But we didn't give up. We learned from the experience, and instead of complaining and fighting, we played by their rules. In 2021, when the flavor ban once again returned to the table, we knew we had to do things differently. We needed individual, unique responses, and we understood that many consumers didn't have the time or confidence to submit formal responses on their own. So we built a more advanced website that made it easy for people to send personalized emails directly to the government. We did that with no money, and we did that with passion. This time, we generated over 20,000 unique submissions opposing the ban, and each one was counted individually. The facts are there, and we all have the information available. You see, when voices come together, when harm reduction meets medicine, meets policy, meets lived experience, that's when we get traction. But truth-telling in this space isn't just about tactics, it's about resilience. You have to know when to push forward. You have to know when to pause and really listen. And sometimes when the conversation is going nowhere, you have to know when to walk away and save your energy for the next fight, because there will be a next fight. We just need to keep the truth in circulation, to keep that door open for the next person who's ready to walk through it. So whether you're an advocate, a policymaker, a health professional, or someone trying to make a difference in your own circle, facts matter. Continue to share them because lives depend on them. And the louder the noise gets, the more committed we must be to the truth. Changing the narrative doesn't start with regulations or headlines. It starts with us. Calling out misinformation, sharing what we know, and standing firm even when it's uncomfortable, because it works. In 2024, after that minister, I like to call him that guy, made that outrageous claim about vaping killing kids, we responded even stronger. Across Canada, we mailed, again, free, over 100,000 personal unique letters to the Minister of Health, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, and members of Parliament, sharing why flavors matter. We ended the year with no flavor ban. Vaping flavors remained protected. Sadly, we couldn't say the same for nicotine pouches, but it's 2025, and that brought us a fresh start and a new goal to protect all safer nicotine products. That's the power of truth when we refuse to give up on it. The noise can be loud, it can be cruel, it can be exhausting, but what we know, what we stand on is science, evidence, and the lived experience of real people. It's rooted in truth and it's driven by hope. Over the past decade, I have met academics who were never too busy to answer my questions, edit an op-ed, join a Zoom workshop, speak on a panel, or even show up at one of our many protests. Their knowledge gave me the strength and courage to engage, to speak up, and to keep going. I hope in return, I offered something back, maybe a perspective they hadn't considered or a voice they hadn't heard. These people are not just friends, they're my teachers. So today in this room, this is a little bit of a challenge, everybody. We have both consumers and academics, and I urge you to find each other. Academics, find a consumer buddy. Consumers, find a science buddy. Because when we work together, our voices are amplified and heard even further. Thank you.
So, Maria, thank you very much for the amazing presentation and for all the work that you're doing in Canada, a very difficult country for tobacco harm reduction, I must admit, with really stubborn politicians and legislators, as well as scientists. In 2016, We published a study, my research team published a study examining perceptions of healthcare professionals in Greece about nicotine, smoking, and e-cigarettes at that time as a harm reduction product. More than 80% of physicians reported that the contribution of nicotine to smoking-related lung cancer was important, very important, or extremely important. Nicotine is not even classified as a carcinogen. The same proportion reported that the contribution is equally important of nicotine to smoking-related cardiovascular disease. In 2021, a study of more than 1,000 US physicians said that 83% strongly agreed with the statement nicotine causes cardiovascular disease, and 80.5% strongly agreed with the statement that nicotine causes cancer. You understand that this level of misinformation, misperceptions, is not only widely present in society and among non-experts, but among experts. And experts have been the source of information for consumers, and in that case of misinformation. So over the last several months in Greece, I have received almost on a weekly basis consistently messages and emails from vapers with links to videos on social media of physicians. All of them were physicians or psychologists, I mean similar specializations, discussing about harm reduction products, mainly e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products, reporting whatever you can imagine. The level of misinformation, the level of confusion is tremendous, but these were presenting themselves as experts because they were physicians, psychologists, psychiatrists. And as you understand, that created an environment of credibility from their side towards the consumers. And now, thinking of what Maria said, that academics and the consumers need to meet each other, it's definitely true. But there are ways to make this meeting happen that are impractical or impossible to do. For example, it wouldn't make sense for me to go to every video post and write down a response, a comment, or whatever, because there were videos with 50,000 views, 100,000 views, and my comment would be 1 out of 50 comments, and probably 5 or 10 people would be able to read it. So what I did 4 weeks ago is launch my own social platform. A social network on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, named THR Talks and Stories by Dr. Farsalinos. And coincidentally, I mean, I didn't do it just because of me participating in this keynote. It just happened out of coincidence. But I have prepared a short clip, a 2-minute clip. It's parts of 2 of my social media videos. The videos are in Greek, but I added English subtitles. And I will ask dear Camille to show the video. It's a 2-minute video, to give you an idea of the strategy that I thought would be useful in promoting the right message to the consumers, and then we're going to comment on that.
Χρησιμοποιείς ηλεκτρονικό τσιγάρο. Μα αυτό ισχύει όλα τα χημικά. Τα ηλεκτρονικά τσιγάρα περιέχουν λάδια, έλαια και μπορούν να προκαλέσουν πνευμονία. Με την εισπνοή του ατμού στο ηλεκτρονικό τσιγάρο θα γεμίσει υγροπνεύμονας. Αυτά είναι, φίλε, λίγα από τα πολλά που ακούνε οι χρήστες ηλεκτρονικού τσιγάρου και κυρίως αυτοί οι οποίοι έχουν διακόψει το κάπνισμα. Τι περιέχουν τελικά τα ηλεκτρονικά τσιγάρα? Το 2017, ο μεγαλύτερος επιστημονικός εκδοτικός οίκος στον κόσμο, ο οίκος Elsevier, μου ζήτησε να είμαι επιστημονικά υπεύθυνος συγγραφέας στο πρώτο βιβλίο για το ηλεκτρονικό τσιγάρο. Το βιβλίο δημοσιεύθηκε με συγγραφείς εμένα, 3 Αμερικανούς και έναν Ιταλό επιστήμονα και εκδόθηκε στην αγγλική και στην κινέζικη γλώσσα. Διαβάζω λοιπόν και μεταφράζω από την αγγλική γλώσσα. 4 είναι τα βασικά συστατικά του ηλεκτρονικού τσιγάρου. Η προπυλενοκόλλη, η γλυκερίνη, η η νοικοτίνη και τα αρώματα. Η προπενογλυκόλη είναι μια συνθετική ουσία που δεν υπάρχει στη φύση, παρασκευάστηκε για πρώτη φορά το 1859 και έλαβε έγκριση ως ασφαλής για χρήση στα τρόφιμα και στα φάρμακα το 1982 από τον Οργανισμό Τροφίμων και Φαρμάκων των ΗΠΑ. Όπως γνωρίζουμε από τη μία γυμνασίου, κάθε ουσία η οποία τελειώνει σε όλη, προπενογλυκόλη, γλυκερίνη, γλυκερόλη, είναι αλκοόλη. Άρα λοιπόν, ο μύθος ότι τα ηλεκτρονικά τσιγάρα περιέχουν έλαια και προκαλούν πνευμονία, μύθος ο οποίος έχει δημοσιευθεί σε επιστημονικό περιοδικό, είναι ψευδής. Πολλοί επιστήμονες αλλά και χρήστες ηλεκτρονικού τσιγάρου ανησυχούν για το τι συμβαίνει με τη θέρμανση των υγρών και το τελικά εισπνέουν στον πνευμονά τους. Πάμε να δούμε τις ανησυχίες μιας συναδέλφου και μάλιστα τις ίδιες εξειδίκευσεις καρδιολόγου σχετικά με τα ηλεκτρονικά τσιγάρα.
Οι δύο ουσίες που προβληματίζουν είναι αλδεΐδες, ακαταλδεΐδες και η φορμαλδεΐδη, γνωστή και ως φορμόλη. Η φορμόλη χρησιμοποιούν συντηρητικό κομμάτων.
Εισπνέεται λοιπόν ακαταλδεΐδη και φορμόλη συντηρητικό κομμάτων το ηλεκτρονικό τσιγάρο. Ξέρετε όμως ότι τίθεται και σε φορμόλη σε συντηρητικό κομμάτων, δηλαδή ακόμα και αν απλά εισπνέεται τον αέρα μέσα στο σπίτι σας. Ένας χρήστης ηλεκτρονικού τσιγάρου εκτίθεται σε 20 φορές λιγότερη φορμαλδεΐδη και 4 φορές λιγότερη ακαταλδεΐδη σε σχέση με το να βρίσκεται απλά στο σπίτι και να εισπνέει τον αέρα για 24 ώρες.
So, what I thought would be important is check all the supposedly evidence that all the other physicians who have no relevance to THR or even to tobacco control science and research, and start addressing all these myths. And the way of doing that is sell my expertise and my relevance to the field, present studies. I'm always, in all my videos, I present screenshots of the study title and the authors. I also mention what the study, when the study was published, and what university usually published the study. But do it in very simple and easy to understand terms and words, because, you know, non-experts are unable to understand scientific terminology. The thing is that, and the problem is that, we have been doing things like that, but we lacked consistency, we lacked repeatability, and frequency. We were doing it sporadically. So I think that, first, we have underused social media. I mean, when I say we, I mean the supporters of THR and those who have been involved in research even more. We have underused social media, and we haven't done any consistent effort to educate consumers, and on a second note, also physicians. I mean, I'm sure that lady who saw the video and tried to comment on my video because I exposed her, I think she will think about it very carefully before releasing another video on e-cigarettes. And I plan on exposing even more physicians, and all of them are physicians. I have a collection of videos of nonsense, literally. There is a cardiologist in Greece who said, with e-cigarettes, you're going to get a valley, a clinical manifestation of which is popcorn lung. Completely relevant issues. The same lady who is a cardiologist said that diacetyl causes popcorn lung, and the disease is called popcorn lung because on the X-ray, the lung defects look like popcorn. They don't even go on Google to search simple things like what's an aerosol. Another colleague of mine was saying that we shouldn't call vapors as vapors, we should call them dusters from dust, because they inhale an aerosol, and the aerosol is a collection of dust dispersed in air. And you can just go on Google and write the term aerosol definition, and you're going to find the definition on Google. So this is extreme. And the problem is that because this subject is quite popular, these people had 100,000 views, 150,000 views in Greek only. So I'm talking about the Greek population, yeah? Which is 10 million in total. And that triggered them to create a second video post about e-cigarettes and other harm reduction products, a third one. One of them has a collection of 8 video posts simply because he saw that it was they were the most popular videos in his social media platform. Now, we need to fight that on a consistent basis. My first video about the contents of e-cigarettes in a social media platform that was 1 week old had 840,000 views in Greek. So only addressing the Greek audience. The second one about formalin had 305,000 views. So I think that we need to expand this effort. Of course, Greek is not enough in any case, but we need, and what we have not been doing till now is do it in an organized, consistent way. For example, my goal is to release consistently one video a week, so not overload of information, but not really sporadic once a month or whatever. Every Tuesday, I'm releasing a video. I'm doing my best. It's very time-consuming. It's much more difficult than it looks. All videos should be short. My goal is to be 2, 3, maximum 5 minutes, because, I mean, the consumer and the audience is not going to pay any attention if it's longer than that. But we have to do it consistently. So I fully agree with Maria. We need to have academics meet with consumers. We need to be informed, because I wouldn't have been informed about this content had vapers not sent me videos all the time. So that's how I was aware of all this campaign in social media. But we need to do it in a practical way, in a way that will work and will have an effect. It won't have an effect if we go in every video post and we write a comment. What has an effect is to do ourselves organized, selling our expertise and our involvement in the field, which creates, of course, reputation, credibility on what you say, and do it organized. And I think we should do that globally.
I agree with you, and thank you for that, because I guess that's what is needed. We need the academics and the scientific community to back us up. And the one problem that we all face is these 10-second shots that kind of flood our social media, and that seems to be the attention span that everyone has. And so if we kind of get long and complicated, we are probably just going to be swiped away, you know. And so thank you for that. We will open up now for questions from the audience. I see 1, 2 hands already. Yeah. Can we have the mic over?
Yeah, very simple question. Impressive, congratulations. I wish I had your energy. But what would have happened if instead of Dr. Konstantinos Farsalinos, it would have been, well, in Greece it could have been Joe the Vapor. You know, what would have been the...
I have considered responding to these videos in Canada, and I have a lot of letters after my first name, but none of them follow an MD. So I don't have the credibility. So we would call him Yanni the Vapor in Greece. So that is why though Yanni the Vapor can share Dr. F's post. And that's where we start getting fueled, and that's why the sharing is also important, because it falls into other people's feeds.
Roberto, I'll tell you what the problem is. The competition would be relentless. So someone presenting himself as a vapor, but forget the vapor, a physician, without being involved actively in this field. A simple physician. I would be a physician who have never done any research on THR. The response would immediately be that, yeah, you're a doctor who is saying this. There are 10 doctors out there, just in Greece, I'm not even talking globally, who are saying the exact opposite things. Why should we believe you and not the 10 other physicians? Imagine now having a consumer. They would simply think that the consumer has been influenced by the industry or whatever, that he's stupid. They could say whatever they want. Because these physicians are also selling their expertise, being physicians, of course, no expertise in THR, in order to present their views as having some credibility and reputation. So you can't compete that, because there are many, many more like them who are saying the same things, mostly nonsense. So in order to compete, you have to show somehow that you are different and that your view matters more. Because in democracy, as you know, everyone can have a view, but not all views are the same. No, and that's what we need to use.
One of the things that also does happen is when you have, say, for example, a cardiologist who comes on social media ever so now and then talking about various aspects of lifestyle changes, and then he slips one in about vaping and about nicotine pouches and how bad they are, that seems to gain credibility compared to a doctor who only talks about harm reduction all the time. Maybe that's something that we need to also consider, because then they seem to get a widespread acceptability about knowledge about a wide-ranging set of topics. Maybe that's something we could think about. So yeah.
Hello, my name is Tiki Pang. I worked for the World Health Organization for 13 years and had many dealings with policymakers in ministries of health. Just want to make a comment on Maria's comment that misinformation is institutionalized amongst the government, amongst our policymakers. And in my experience in dealing with them, by the way, I'm a very strong advocate of THR, but in my experience in dealing with them, I developed sort of a certain kind of sympathy. And I think we also need to perhaps understand where they are coming from. And I just want to end on a quote from Professor Sir Michael Marmot, who was chair of the WHO Commission on the Social Determinants of Health. And this is what he said: science engages not with blank minds that get made up as a result. Science engages with busy minds who have very strong views about how things are and how things should be. So a little bit of sympathy for the policymakers and our strategies moving forward. I think we shouldn't just say, you are just misinformed, but see where they're coming from. Thank you.
Maria, would you like to add to that? Some observations, perhaps?
I have no problem with the policymakers. I understand, yes, of course, we're going to have some empathy for them. I don't like feeling sorry for people. I just want to be in their shoes. Where I struggle with is the fact that even though they don't know or they're trying to learn, they're choosing who they learn from. And again, going back to Canada, and in all honesty, I can only give a perspective from Canada. We have lived experience written into policy when it comes to harm reduction and every other sort. So that means meeting with people who use drugs or use alcohol to develop policy. And it wasn't until maybe 2-3 years ago that they started meeting with lived experience in that space. So we can sympathize, we can empathize with them, but there has to be a pivotal moment where, in whatever country you're at, that they align with their other strategies, especially around harm reduction. I do think many countries do have, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think a lot of people have the harm reduction aspect, whether it be for sexually transmitted diseases, drugs, or whatever. It's about consistency.
You know, Tiki, I wouldn't particularly feel sympathy or empathy for them because sometimes I believe that one of the main problems is exactly this arrogance that you mentioned, that they know and they are sure where we should go. And this arrogance that they know everything and they know what the goal is and they truly believe that this goal is sacred and that's the best they can do. For example, in the case of THR, nicotine-free society, something which is completely unrealistic. But that's the goal. And they know where they're going. No, this is arrogance. They are wrong. They need to be, to understand that they are wrong. Someone must tell them they're wrong. Of course, I'm not saying that we should start beating them or start calling them names. Definitely, obviously not. But they are so arrogant that they don't even want to engage into a debate. An open debate. I mean, yeah. With people who will upload them, yes, they are always in a debate, but that's not called a debate. But with people who have a different view and would like to share a more realistic approach in handling smoking, no, they are not willing to engage into such a dialogue. So that's not something to feel sympathy for, to be honest.
I can use one example of a Canadian politician that comes to mind. She decided to put her toe into the I support banning flavors area in Canada. And she just got slammed on Twitter. You are wrong, blah, 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 all this stuff. Her name was Pam Damoff. Anyways, that being said, so instead of engaging with us, because I think her Twitter post about flavors being bad and she's supporting the ban had about 500 or 600 comments under it, a lot of it being negative, saying you're wrong. Instead of saying, okay, let me meet with these constituents, let me meet with these Canadians, I'm an elected public servant, she doubled down and brought people to prove her point right. And again, so you're looking at opportunity of learning versus opportunity of telling. There's got to be, and so we do, technically though, they're not all that bad. I mean, they're not all like that guy over there, Mark Holland. There are so many good politicians that you can learn from as an advocate, and you have to seek and find them. And for me, please don't laugh at me if you know this man's name, but the reason that I have had such a positive experience in this space was the first politician that gave me time was Rob Ford. If you guys know who that mayor of Toronto was. He gave me time and space, and he listened to me, and I told him about that van in Toronto, and I told him how ridiculous it was, and he promised me he and his brother would vote against it, and he kept his promise. So every time I walk into a room with someone trying to meet a new politician, I think about Rob Ford and say, well, he believed in me. Someone will again. So I just hold on to those positive ones. There's some really good politicians out there. You just have to find them.
Yeah. Hope is a beautiful thing. Any other questions? If there are people watching online? Yeah, Roberto?
We got Mark over there too.
Ah, okay. Yeah, maybe Mark first, that'd be good.
Hi, I'm Mark Tyndall from Canada, so I know Maria well, and thank you very much, Maria. That was great. What's frustrating about this whole misinformation? In science, I mean, I've attended meetings my whole life, and there's debates about, whether taking a baby aspirin a day is good or bad, or whether, HRT is good or bad, or, one antibiotic A is better than antibiotic B. I mean, these are legitimate arguments and debates, but we're stuck in this little bubble of fighting back a ridiculous enemy or a ridiculous barrier, because we're not even close. Like, this is, we should not be at a position when we're talking about whether a flavor ban is good or bad or disposables. Like, we should be talking about how we're going to get people off cigarettes, and we've been so sidetracked by this, and it's you have to believe it's a conspiracy or so. Like, how could we be in this position when we have such obvious, solid, common sense, scientific evidence on our side, and we seem to be losing? And it's really, frustrating that we're spending all of this time trying to dig out of a very deep hole when everything's on our side. Like, what happened? Like, what benefit is it for some cardiologist to be trying to undermine a safer product when their whole career is based on people dying of cigarettes? How can they not get it? Even, so I'm just sitting here listening to this, and what we're arguing and what we're fighting back in seems just so ridiculous. Like, how could we be in this position in 2025 when we're not having meetings about how to promote safer products? So whether anybody's got any thoughts, is this a conspiracy, or like who's behind this? Like, how do we find ourselves in this position?
The problem since the beginning was the lack of dialogue between THR supporters and THR opponents that was not, of course, caused by us, the THR supporters. I'm sure that Jerry and Paddy will remember that in the first or second year of GFN, we invited one of the biggest anti-THR fanatics, and the conference gave him the ability to choose how long he wants to speak, if he wants to accept answers or not, and if he wants to stay for the rest of the conference or leave. And he didn't even respond to the invitation, because he knew that this is a conference about THR with THR supporters in the main, in the most part. And he just didn't even respond. Then, over the years, the arguments have been, in some cases, so irrational that when the counter-argument is completely lacking common sense, it's completely irrational, it is impossible to engage into a dialogue. For example, the DG Sarsante, which is, let's call him the Minister of Health of the European Commission, 3 weeks ago, inside the European Parliament, I saw the video myself, he started discussing about the disaster of vaping in Europe, with so many cases of popcorn lung disease and people dying from vaping, while there has been not a single popcorn lung disease case in the world, never in the world, let alone in Europe. Second, unfortunately, I feel responsible because it was my study in 2015 that created this issue of popcorn lung, because I mentioned it in the scientific domain for the first time. And everyone talks about popcorn lung besides myself, who brought this issue. And at that time in 2015, I even met the director of NIOS, the organization about occupational safety, who found in the popcorn factories in the US this condition of popcorn lung disease. We had a meeting during an FDA workshop on e-cigarettes, and she was much more reasonable, and she understood the issue of diacetyl and why it can be a removable potential theoretical risk because it's an ingredient. But everyone else, 10 years later, today, they are discussing about a phantom, something that doesn't exist. And it's being all over the news. There are stories in the media about a girl in the US that had bronchiolitis obliterans, popcorn lung disease 6 months ago. So I searched her name on the social media. She was doing videos next to a swimming pool, displaying nice clothes, and I recognized her face. And she didn't look sick at all. Popcorn lung disease is an irreversible disease. It is what happens when a transplant recipient, a lung transplant recipient, rejects the transplant. That's what they develop. They develop bronchiolitis obliterans. But so it has come to a point that it's so irrational that you cannot even engage in the debate. How can you respond to someone saying that the aerosol is a collection of dust in the air, and what you're inhaling is dust that coats the surface of all your organs? And he's a physician. Tell me, how can you engage into a dialogue with this person? It's impossible.
I have a theory. I don't think you have to be empathetic or sympathetic to be in public health or a doctor. I think that just comes naturally. That's just something that is inbred with us, who we are, part of our, I say, DNA. I believe that for decades and decades, the strategy to have people quit smoking or not quit smoking was stigmatization, was shame. It is the only addiction that we teach kids to yell at their parents to quit. It's the only addiction that, kids could go up to someone smoking a cigarette and smack that cigarette out of the person's hand, and they would be encouraged or maybe rewarded for that type of aggressive behavior. And if we flipped that around, if it was a person who was obese and eating an ice cream cone, which would have just as much damage, and that same kid whipped that ice cream cone, there would be a different conversation. So if we don't feel sorry for people who smoke and we have spent a career finding shame, where are we going to find the empathy in this person? And I don't think that people are like you or David or John. I'm just listing people in Canada, or Ian, where you have this inside of you, this empathy and understand, and not sympathy, empathy. So these tobacco control people, they're so blinded from hating smoking. And they've spent a lifetime teaching people to hate smoking. And that ends up hating people who smoke. And one of the biggest distinctions of this, and I think, to me, this is the thing that I was most proud of, is that we changed the language in Canada through the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health, which we don't have anymore, which is very sad. But those 4 years were amazing with the 2 women. We no longer call Canadians who smoke smokers. The language changed. The tobacco control units, the tobacco control changed their language. They're fighting nicotine, but they're not changing smokers. They're continuing that stigmatization. So I think that's where it is that how do you tell someone I'm not bad because I smoked?
One of the things is listening to Dr. Fasilonis getting so agitated with misinformation. Being someone who is an expert in this field, you can imagine just how us who are consumer advocates, who their only fault is picking a safer alternative to improve their lives. Imagine the kind of online abuse and so on that we have to battle and deal with. Any other questions? If there's anyone watching as well, please post. Yeah, please. Yeah, the one at the back there.
After, go.
Please, please.
No, very quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly, it's what you described, also Konstantinos and Maria, because you are in relatively democratic societies. So even though there is institutional blockage and so on, you still have some institutional paths. But that's not the case in many countries like my own, where institutions are absolutely locked, and Mexico is becoming a dictatorship, and other Latin American countries and Asian countries have similar situations. So what I would say is we need also different strategies, right? Especially, I cannot describe such a pattern, but it's a need. We need different ways of communication and different ways to spread the message.
We got Mark.
Yeah. Mark at the back. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Hi, good morning. I'm Rashidi. I'm a primary care physician and an addiction expert from Malaysia. I come across several limitations in promoting harm reduction in social media. I completely concur with the credibility and source verification. Coming from an expert in the field, it's hard to distinguish the credible sources from industry-backed or biased messages. The public may distrust the harm reduction contents due to perceived links with tobacco or vaping companies. And the echo chambers and polarization of social media algorithms reinforce existing beliefs. So therefore, platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok restrict nicotine-related contents if it's educational or health-oriented. So how do we overcome the algorithm issues?
Well, you are right into that, and I've thought about that. One of the ways to do that is you don't need to present your opinion in the title or in the text. You should create the question, and that's what I'm doing usually. For example, what's in the e-cigarette? I'm not saying in the text or in the description of the video or in the title that the e-cigarette contents are approved. I'm just saying what's in an e-cigarette. My next video is nicotine, cancer, and cardiovascular disease. From the title, no one can understand if nicotine causes cancer or cardiovascular disease. And that's a way of trying to bypass the algorithm. The algorithm, yeah, it can be tricky because it is a very sensitive issue. And sometimes the algorithm might even detect that you are promoting these products, and that's a big problem. So, but you know, our job is much more difficult for another very important reason, which has to do with the way the human brain functions and the instincts that drive the human brain and human behavior. You know, the first priority of the human brain is to protect the person from hazards, from risks. This is the number one priority compared to anything else. So, when someone hears a bad story about a product, that it is risky, that it is hazardous, that it has this bad thing that will happen to you, the X, the Y, whatever, or it contains this toxin, it gets installed into the memory very easily and it remains there. Why? Because the brain needs this information to help you avoid the risk. When someone else is telling you a positive aspect of this product, but you have also seen the negative story, there is no competition in the brain. The brain will stick to the bad story because the number one priority of the brain is to protect the person from harms. So, and that's why our effort and our job of trying to present THR in a positive way and in ways that can help people goes against these scaremongering stories of physicians, tobacco control people, legislators who are discussing about popcorn lung, which is a myth, but it doesn't matter, people believe it. Vapers believe it and are almost ready to relapse back to smoking. And that's because this is, as I said, the top priority of the human brain. So our job is much more difficult. It's not only a matter of credibility or expertise, it's also the way human psychology works, unfortunately. So we need to triple our efforts in order to fight this, because we're on the most difficult side of the story.
Would you like to add to how you would counter?
I don't understand social media algorithms. I
guess,
really don't.
I guess that's the reason why your communication has worked, because you have not understood it.
Will Godfrey, Filter.
Oh, Will, oh my God.
Hi, Maria. Yeah, as your amazing campaigns in Canada and many other examples illustrate, we know that consumers are the most powerful messengers for THR we have. At the same time, we know that consumers are widely stigmatized, excluded, ignored. We know that consumer advocacy groups around the world are generally underfunded or not funded at all. Great suggestion about the teaming up with scientists. I just wondered what would be your quick summary of what else consumers need, consumer advocates, from this community.
I think the biggest thing is knowledge. And I use that as education equals empowerment, which returns it with engagement. The more we know, the more confident we are when we walk into a room and we say stats. Like, I don't want to stutter on stats. Like, I look like an idiot. So if I'm worried about the information that I know when I'm walking in and talking to my member of parliament, then I'm kind of screwed. I'm lucky enough, or I'm just persistent and consistent enough to be asking people questions. And that's the big thing, is that you will not if you are an academic in this room, you will not, I don't even know if you understand how much a response to an email or a comment or some sort of thing to advocate, a consumer, means, because that increases our confidence. So education, and one of the things we did at Rates for Vapors, and Dr. F, you did one for me too about flavors, is I figured out what is every single subject that we're gonna need to learn in Canada. And during COVID, that new technology, Zoom, that I didn't even know existed, took advantage of it and reached out to people and said, hey, we're going to do a workshop. And sometimes 3 people showed up. Sometimes 10 people showed up. And I'm very proud. I even reached out to Health Canada and said, can you tell all Canadians who vape what's going on? And they did a workshop. And that was like 500 people showed up. But again, it's information, it's knowledge. And I think that is the biggest thing, is that when the more we learn, the more confident we are in the spaces of talking, because as constituents, especially close to election, and I always call them public servants when I want to feel good and feel confident, your elected public servant is there to serve your needs. And so if you can go into that room confidently with all the information, absolutely. And then also as consumers, if you need science and stats, look at your trade organizations and ask them as well. They tend to have a lot of scientific stats and stuff like that.
Maria, the problem with the communication between consumer and the academics is that it needs to be done in a more centralized and organized way. If, imagine, everyone acts as an individual and starts asking academics, we would need more than 24 hours just to respond to a small proportion of the questions that we receive. So we need to have more centralized tools to propagate the information rather than expect a response to every single question from every single consumer, which are legitimate and I understand their concerns. But there are millions of consumers out there now. Imagine even if a tiny proportion starts asking questions, we wouldn't have time for anything else. So we need to find ways and channels to do it more organized and in a more time-effective way so that both the message propagates faster and at the same time we're not responding to each individual request. You know, I have comments in my videos. The same comment, for example, are you going to say anything about heated tobacco products? 50 times under the video. Now, imagine if I had 50 people sending me a personal question about it and being the same and having to respond to 50 different people on the same question. So we need to do it more organized way. I understand your concern as a consumer, that you want to ask an expert because you have a question at that time and something that you feel worried about, but it's not sustainable in the long term. You know, we have to find other more organized ways of creating this link, which is very important that you mentioned at the end of your keynote, the link between the academic community and the consumer and community and society.
So Dr. F said don't email him. I'm just teasing. But like, I totally understand that. And again, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out a way. Maybe everyone emails me and I'll email y'all.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. Question for me.
Hello, I'm Diego Berrastro from Argentina. It's not an ask. I want to leave a thought. We cannot continue discussing the very flat earth. We must to present our own discourse without entering into the answer to why they live that the flat is, you know that? You understand me?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Instead of answering to all this scaremongering, we just need to create our own message and our own, let's say, communication strategy. But at the same time, you know, we need to understand what the consumer hears and how these misperceptions are being built. There is a reason why these misperceptions exist. So unless we identify the source of this misconception and this misinformation, and unless we identify why they have been so successful, there is no way that we are going to combat that successfully. So we need to monitor what is being said and what kind of messages are being propagated into the society and into the consumers. This is another area where the consumers can help. As I said, the reason why I decided to launch the platform was exactly the continuous emails that I received from consumers with links to the videos, and the inability basically to respond because it doesn't make sense to go to every video and write a comment. It wouldn't work. It would have been a waste of time and it would have been useless. We need to create the narrative ourselves, yes, but we need to know the concerns, address the concerns, and that's how it's going to be more successful.
I agree, and every social media platform has its own purpose. And what you do on TikTok is not going to work on Twitter. Yeah. And I think that is a very, and then you do have to respond because silence gives credibility, not to the truth, it gives it to the lie that's being spread, and especially on social media. We can't put out every single fire, but we can share factual information. So if I, as a consumer, see another doctor say something, I can go find Dr. F's TikTok video, grab it and post it there. And that gives content and information to consumers to continue to share or counter misinformation in a more authoritative way.
Another aspect that we need to consider here is that all of us are in various types of silos. In Europe, if you have a problem of flavors, in a country like India, you have an existential ban. While the information still keeps coming, we keep getting thrashed for different reasons. And a lot of our concerns are from various different areas of THR, which is something that we are all worried about. So on those lines, perhaps if you could shed some light on, your experience has been more about banning vapes and THR and working on it, and you've been looking at it from a global perspective. How would you look at it differently?
I still haven't seen a single country which has successfully banned e-cigarettes. We have here in the audience people from several countries where harm reduction products have been banned. India, Brazil, Argentina, and they can tell us how many hundreds of thousands or millions of users they have there. Using illicit products, which means products of unknown source, unknown quality standards, unknown marketing tactics and attractiveness towards youth, which are supposed to be supported through a prohibition. I remember India, it's been a characteristic example for me because I had visited India before the ban repeatedly 4 or 5 times, and it was almost impossible to see someone vaping there. You couldn't find vape stores or products. It was a very rare case to see someone vaping. Well, after the ban, what I hear is that they've become one of the most popular habits you can have. You can find products literally everywhere. I mean, shops selling whatever you can imagine. They have a corner with vape devices. So the prohibition resulted in the explosion of the market, but all of it being black market. So it's a typical case of how prohibition creates the exact opposite effect of what you expect to have. And instead of other countries using this example in order to avoid them, now, for example, Bangladesh wants to ban e-cigarettes too. And when I was 2 years ago, 1 or 2 years ago in Bangladesh, and I was telling them the story in India, their response was, oh, we know very well what's happening in India because all the products are smuggled through Bangladesh. And my response was, so you want to be another India and have your neighbor smuggling the products to you? I mean, it doesn't make sense. No, but it shows how irrational the approach from some countries and some regulators are, that despite knowing that a prohibition not only had no effect, it had the exact opposite adverse effect, they still insist on doing the same thing in the neighboring country. And that's why, as Mark was saying, that's why we are losing the battle. That's why it's very hard to engage into a dialogue with them. Now, what can you say after they admit that they know what happened in their neighbor, and now they're going to do the same and face the same problem? How can you fight that? I mean, with common sense and with reasoning, you can't. Basically, you're left speechless, and you say, "Okay, there's nothing more to say. I can't do anything."
I I think governments are in the business of starting black markets. Like, I mean, they did in Canada, they did a great job with the cigarette industry. We have a thriving black market for cigarettes. When you look at the electronic, like the e-cigarette industry and vaping products, you can look at the province of Quebec. They did a full-on ban just over 18 months ago. Flavors, huge black market for disposables and stuff like that. But they just, we did what we need to do. So we stop here. We did the law, but we're not going to carry, because governments don't have money to enforce. Because it doesn't cost that much to create a law, to put it on paper, but it costs a lot of money to enforce it. So I think, you know, they don't take accountability for what they do. And I think a really funny, I'm just going to share this. So that guy back there, the Minister of Health, when he banned nicotine pouches, I chose to go to his riding and within 2 kilometers buy as much illegal nicotine pouches that I could. So I spent about $1,000 in 2 hours. And I had like, you can see the video on Rights for Vapors on YouTube. And I spent all this money and got every single pouch, except for the legal ones, because we only have 1 legal one in Canada, within 2 kilometers, every convenience store, vape shop, you name it, you know, and I recorded it and I put up the video. Within 4 days, this unit at Health Canada, which I didn't even know exists, called the Central Triage Unit, CTU, reached out to me and asked me for a list of every single place that I bought these. That would have taken hours because I didn't remember they were available everywhere. And I just found, and then they got back to me and I finally responded explaining I don't work for the government of Canada. And here's my hourly rate to fill this out. And I'm not telling on Public Health Heroes. But I found it very interesting that instead of saying I made a mistake, we're going to use all of a sudden resources just to track down in one specific area because that guy looked bad. So I don't think they care unless you bring out their mistake to them. And that's what we're trying to do is these mistakes, they need to be held accountable. And I know it's easier here. Like, I mean, I can't imagine Mark Carney, our current Prime Minister, deciding to make it unconstitutional for vaping products because one of his kids vapes, like happened in Mexico, which still blows my mind.
Now, I want to use another example because I used examples of low and middle-income countries. I want to use an example of a high-income country with very little corruption, Denmark. Denmark, in 2022, 3 years ago, banned flavors in e-cigarettes. The National Tobacco and Nicotine Use Survey done by the government in 2024 was revealing. Now, in Denmark, in 2024, vaping among young people aged 15 to 29 increased after the ban from 7 to 12%, and 63% of all vapers were using fruit flavors that were banned 2 years before. In Denmark, which means that in Denmark, the vast majority of liquids, of vapes, are available in prohibited flavors. In a country with no corruption, very little corruption, a wealthy country which is very well organized. You know what the response from the regulators were? No, they didn't think that, oh, the prohibition didn't work. They want stricter prohibition. I don't know how you can, I mean, a product that has been prohibited, how you can prohibit it more. Because prohibition is prohibition. You can't be more or less pregnant. You can't have more or less prohibition. So they think that they should be stricter in what? Implementing the ban. I mean, I feel that regulators sometimes don't understand basic things. Flavorings cannot ever be banned or disappear because they're all coming from the food industry. The biggest manufacturers of food flavorings, flavorings for e-cigarettes, for example, these are food companies. It's the food industry. The raw ingredients are all coming from manufacturers who have been there for years creating flavorings for the food industry. So you can ban the label saying that it's a flavoring for e-cigarettes, but you cannot ban the flavoring. So probably they don't get it. I had the same issues in Greece. They wanted to ban the sales of raw ingredients, PG, VG, flavorings. And I said, I went to the parliament and I said, in the pharmacy next to the parliament, you can buy 1 liter bottles of propylene glycol and glycerol because it's used everywhere else. So how can you, it's like saying that I'm banning the sales of this flour to make pizza, but the same flour can be sold to make bread. You can't prohibit anything like that. It's impossible. That's exactly what I said in the parliament. In the parliament, in front of the Minister of Health. He didn't even listen. He didn't care. That's the level of understanding that we're having. But, you know, that's the problem. Their stubbornness. They are so ideologically predisposed. They see that the ban doesn't work. No, we need more ban. Can't happen. They see that the ban created a market that didn't exist. No, we don't want to talk about it. India, the government banned public scientists working in public institutions from doing any research on the products. You can't research on the product. You can't, for example, show that there's a black market. You'll be fined. You'll probably lose your job.
Well, tough as it is, I think we are very quickly running out of time and closing. So perhaps, Maria, you could end with some closing thoughts on this one as we wrap this.
I just want to say, if you're out there and you're using these products, continue to share your story. Find someone, and if you're in advocacy, you will just keep at it. Patience and persistence. Keep at it. You'll find the right person to amplify your voice to the right place. You never know who you talk to in a room, and you never know what you can learn and what they can learn from you. And I truly believe that this product is here to change, is here for a reason, and that reason is to eradicate tobacco-related illness. And we can get there. And we are the public health heroes. We are the ones that are pushing the narrative. We're the ones that have to push the narrative. We're the ones that have to keep moving forward. And I just want to point this out. We've already seen a shift in safer nicotine products from vaping to nicotine pouches, and we're not stopping that shift. And that just in itself shows how open-minded we are and how different we are. So just keep pushing, keep moving forward, and be creative, and also have fun, and also sometimes make fun of people that do stupid things.
My message is that Maria raised an important issue of creating an interconnection between consumers and scientists. But this, and that's the most important thing, it should be done in an organized way, with a strategy, with a plan, and not sporadically. I think this is something that we have missed. GFN represents a perfect example of a strategic and consistent communication on a scientific level, with, of course, some addressing also a consumer basis, but the more activistic consumer basis. To approach society and consumers on a larger scale, we need to do what Maria said, but in an organized, cost and time-effective way as much as possible, and as soon as possible. We've been behind that, and I think that one of the main areas we should focus is the use of social media. We have underused social media, and we need to find ways to better use them. Thank you.
I don't think I could have wrapped it up better. Thank you for doing that for me.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Colleagues, I'll just give it another couple of minutes and allow more people to come into the room. So if you bear with us just for a few minutes yet. Good morning and welcome to the last but one session at GFN 25. My name is Martin Colley. I am, I guess, an independent management consultant now, but I spent my career in the health and social care sector in Scotland, working with people with drug and alcohol issues, people involved in the criminal justice system, people with mental health problems, people who are marginalised and for lots of different life choices or situations that they found themselves in. So I have a background to a degree, but tobacco harm reduction, I have to admit, is not my specialist subject. However, I will try to navigate this session in a way that makes it the most engaging and interesting that we can. I'm sure there'll be other people join us as we go along, but we'll kick off as it is. We have 4 colleagues at the table here, and this format will be similar to the discussion formats that we've had in previous sessions. I'll do some introductions in a minute, but I'll ask each of my colleagues here to speak for 5 minutes on the subject matter, which is basically who else should be in the room? How can we engage better? How can we create a better dialogue and a more consistent and perhaps less adversarial dialogue with the key stakeholders that are involved in tobacco harm reduction? That's the theme for today. So each of my colleagues here will talk for a few minutes and then we'll get a bit of a conversation going in the room. We're scheduled to have about an hour and a half. Whether we are able to last that long, given the numbers in the room, I don't know, but we'll be very flexible. One of my jobs as chair is to try and manage our time accordingly. I have to admit I'm not very good at that. Being a Scot, I can talk for Scotland, basically, talk for a long time. And actually, I was speaking at a conference once, and I had 15 minutes to speak, and I realised that I was watching the chairperson getting really anxious and nervous and agitated because I had been over my time by 5 minutes. I was about 20 minutes, so I could see the chair getting really upset and anxious about this. And so I turned and I apologised. I said, look, I'm really, really sorry, but I don't have a wristwatch on and there's no clock in the wall. And someone from the back of the hall shouted, yeah, but there's a calendar in the wall behind you, mate. So I'm very conscious of time, and we'll try and make sure that we manage our time accordingly. My wife asked me before I came here about the conference. She said, what's it about? I said, tobacco harm reduction. She said, who's going to be there? I said, well, these are some of the leading thinkers across the world in this theme of tobacco harm reduction and tackling the harm of smoking. Looking for safer alternatives to smoking. And she said, well, who are they? And I said, these are the senior leaders, researchers, academics, clinicians from across the world. These are the movers and shakers in this field. And she said, well, why are you going? Why are you doing that? And I said, well, they've asked me to facilitate a session, so I'll go along and try my best to do that. And she said, well, for goodness sake, please don't try to be over-intelligent. Please don't try to be overly charming. And for God's sake, don't try to be funny. Just be yourself, she says, just be yourself. So that's a ringing endorsement I got from my wife about why I'm here today. Can I introduce Michael Stoney, who's on my far right? Michael Stoney is one of the most senior and experienced leaders in the Scottish Prison Service. He's presently the governor of Scotland's largest prison, which is Barlinnie, based in Glasgow. And Mick will convey his views from a perspective of that environment and how harm can be reduced in relation to the prison population. Next to Mick is Sharifa Izzat Wanpute, and I hope I've pronounced that, Sharifa, properly. Sharifa will come from a much more clinical physician, public health economics perspective. She's held many positions in Malaysia and a highly respected, highly experienced and well-recognised figure in her country and beyond, and even in this room, to many of you. To my left is Garrett McGovern. Garrett is a GP based in Dublin and works with a population of people who come from deprived communities who experience some of those marginalised issues that I think are very thematic and important and focused on the work that we do. And lastly, we've got Adriana Curado, who is from Lisbon in Portugal. And Adriana will come from a consumer community advocate perspective. She's worked in the drugs field for many, many years and is highly respected in her field, in her country again, and beyond. So the contributions that we have on this theme about how can we elicit these voices and use them to infiltrate the other stakeholders that are involved in this field of tobacco harm reduction. Okay, so that's the ground rules. Without further ado, I think, maybe Sharifa, let's start with you. I think the audience would be really interested in hearing your perspective, particularly from the bridge between policy, lived experience, and the economics that sit behind this issue.
All right, thank you very much, Martin, and thank you for the opportunity. Very good morning. I think the issues of harm reduction, I'm coming from a sort of LMIC. Malaysia is so-called upper middle income. Our policy has, most of our policies are referred by Ministry of Health. You know, we are sort of a very strict governed country, and we look up to WHO. We are one of the signatories for WHO FCTCs. And most of the so-called health policy are governed by the Ministry of Health. Of course, they are debated in the parliament and things like that, and the consumer groups would actually, they have their voices as well. But most of it are really coming, it goes down to the Ministry of Health, and what policies are involved are usually emulated from other developed countries, so OECD countries and so forth. Coming to Malaysia, most of these, they look upon, let's say, Australia on tobacco control. Australia has one of the highest or, very strong, stringent tobacco control. And most of these are looking into Australia, New Zealand, and also UK. We were colonized by Britain for so many years. Everything is based on NHS and so forth. But having said that, we are very strong in harm reduction, very strong. We have methadone replacement therapy, needle exchange program, a heart for HIV, LGBT high-risk groups, and so forth. But if you talk about THR or tobacco, this is very much looked down after, and when we don't have a chance. Most of us, me coming from a so-called a public university as a researcher, as academic, of course we train students and so forth, but we also have an NGO. I'm leading the Malaysian Society for Harm Reduction. We have tried to engage with not only consumers but also with the doctors as well. Now this has, we have done many rounds of talks with them. Generally the GPs and addiction specialists, for my personal view, they are very attentive. And they know the problem because some of the patients, their patients, do not get off addiction from tobacco. Even though they are having lung cancer, they are having COAD, they cannot breathe, but they just cannot let go of the cigarettes. Then, hence, they look after the NRT, which is what we call the cessation, the traditional cessation in Malaysia as well. It doesn't really work. Most of the success stories are basically rhetoric. Most of these are either very much controlled groups. Real life evidence shows that it's not really very high, the success rate of NRT in Malaysia. And we need an alternative. This is where we start talking with the GPs, with the addiction specialists, and some of them have come on board and help us as well. However, having said that, with so many success years, the issue comes about with another policy, which is tobacco control enforcement. What happens is that we have a huge avalanche of illicit products unregulated. I know this is a big issue with many countries as well. To show how big is the problem is that almost 60% of our tobacco are illicit. That's tobacco. We don't know how big is the percentage for vapes and all. I can assume it's almost as big as that, about 50% as well. Most of the illicit vapes would come from mainland China, some of the nearby countries as well. And what happens is that the enforcement is not very strong. We don't even have a regulation for e-liquid, meaning that if you look at like EU or UK or Australia and so on, most of the e-liquids are being tested, quality control, but also toxicology reports. So what happens in Malaysia, we don't have that yet. So the influx of all these vapes on the market creates a confusion not only among the consumers, but also among doctors, because most of the illicit vapes are being tainted by drugs, including amphetamine, ecstasy. The recent is fentanyl. That creates a big hoo-ha, among the states. And most of the states now are trying to ban vaping. Basically, is to curtail the issues of epidemic among the youth. When that happens, there's also a new law that regulates tobacco products, but also vapes, shisha, hookah, which is a big thing in Malaysia as well. And it creates such a stringent regulation, which is in a way good, because it deters the smoking and vaping and so forth. But another aspect is that you cannot talk about vape as well. You cannot promote that. It cannot be seen as a smoking cessation. So what happens is that most of us has gone underground, including the doctors, because we are not able to talk on that. We are going to be penalized in a way. So hence, the future does not look well at this point in time, but we hope that, we have more opportunity to speak out in this problem, because the people that have no intention to quit is actually quite huge as well in Malaysia, among the users.
There are a number of themes there that deserve further explanation, but I think maybe best just to hear from our other panel members, and then we'll perhaps explore some of that a bit further. Garrett, from your perspective, and you work in the heart of Dublin, you know the communities, you know the people. These are regular attenders at your clinics and your practice. So from your perspective, where is their voice best heard and come to the table?
Well, I'm in this addiction specialism, I suppose, for nearly 30 years now. And what is interesting, really, is the fact that we've never really taken smoking seriously. It's never talked about. I don't think I've ever been to a clinical multidisciplinary meeting when anyone's ever mentioned the word smoking, which is quite interesting. If you talk to patients and you have that little brief intervention, often they'll say, well, come on, doc, I'm got off injecting heroin, I'm doing much better now, I'm bringing my tablet use down, it's one of my little enjoyments. And, then when you start to talk about patients who, I've had patients who, over the years have developed very direct problems from smoking. And we know what all those problems are. The most common are, COPD, emphysema. And maybe I'll just tell you some of my experiences. And I've often told this story, and anybody who's heard it, I'm sorry that you have to hear it again, but it's a story that I like to tell because it really will kind of centre what one of the problems we have in Ireland about misinformation about electronic cigarettes and indeed safer nicotine alternatives. So I have a lady, she's since passed away, which is very sad. She had COPD. She had recurrent pneumonia from one of her lungs was particularly bad and prone to infection. And she had to get a pneumonectomy and get the lung out, which improved her health. But she could never really crack a cigarette habit. She was smoking between 30 and 40 cigarettes a day. She could hardly walk from here to the end of the room without being extremely breathless. She was on all sorts of things, auxiliary oxygen, the whole shoot and match nebulizers. She was on everything. One day when I was in the clinic, she was seeing her respiratory specialist in follow-up after getting her lung taken out, and she came in, I think, late morning to my consultation, and I said, "How did you get on with the conspiracies?" He said, "Yeah, he's very happy with me. Everything is good." I said, "Did the issue of smoking come into the conversation? Because I know you've found it very difficult to give up smoking." He says, "No." He says, "I need to get away from cigarettes." And I said, "Did he ask you about what you've tried over the years?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I've tried the gum." And she didn't try the tablets. She didn't want to go on the tablets, and she tried doing it herself. And I said, "Did the subject of electronic cigarettes come into it?" And he said, "It did." I said, I asked him a specific question, what about electronic cigarettes? And he kind of recoiled and said, "Under no circumstances take electronic cigarettes or try them. And if you do, you're no better off than smoking." Now, this is somebody who is very, very versed and experienced in lung health and the damages of smoking. And this person gave the information across, and this is a very authoritative person. And I struggle with this, and I struggle with it a lot anyway, and we all struggle with this. The whole session this morning was about misinformation. I mean, a theme of this every single year is misinformation. How could anybody give that advice to somebody, and particularly somebody so vulnerable, who'd lost their lung, who has COPD, who's a heavy smoker? And I see this across the board in my country. You mentioned electronic cigarettes, and either you have a few different groups of people in my profession. You have people who are very hardened in their view about the harms of electronic cigarettes as far as they see it. And then you get other people who lazily enter the debate. They don't read very, very much, and they arrive at conclusions about the popcorn lung, about youth epidemic, nicotine and the developing brain. And it's almost, common sense is almost impenetrable in these people. And I don't know whether there's a herd mentality to this. I struggle. People have asked me, what's the medical profession's view to say for nicotine alternatives, things like snus and pouches and electronic cigarettes? And I said, that's a great question, but I actually don't know the answer to that, because there's a few thousand doctors in Ireland, but there's only actually a few who talk about this. I stand to be corrected. There may be other doctors in Ireland who are fairly vocal about electronic cigarettes. I don't know who they are because I haven't met them. So I'm very vocal about, say, for nicotine alternatives. And there's a group, unfortunately, in number greater than me, but not much greater in number. So we're talking about 4 or 5 fairly prominent doctors in Ireland who, without putting too fine a point, laid the boot into electronic cigarettes. And I think what we all agree on, and this is the horrible part of this, is that one of those stories with the 2 lungs going up, and it's more and more of it now on social media, popcorn lung, to reverse the sort of damage that does to the consumer. Because in the end of the day, I mean, this topic today is about who else should be in the room. Well, if nobody else is in the room, the person who should be in the room is the person who is the smoker who wants to quit. We had a tobacco bill in Ireland, I think last year, the year before, and consumers their voice wasn't heard. That's astonishing. You'll remember, anyone who works in the drug field, the slogan was always nothing about us without us. In this space, there's everything without us, because they kind of believe the state way of doing it is you're going to do it our way because our way is best for you. And we're looking at like every year at GFN, this is my 3rd GFN, I think I was talking to Clive Bates about this, you sort of get more pessimistic. We do great work here, but disposables now in the UK and Ireland been banned. And the big one now is flavours. That's the last sort of bastion defending electronic cigarettes. If flavours get banned and there's a tobacco-only flavour in the country, it's just obliterated it as an intervention. It will be gone. So I think we've got a lot of battles ahead, and we're all talking about what we need to do, and we all kind of talk about, we need to get the truth out. We're not doing probably anything different than we've always done, but I think somebody said it this morning, it might have been Konstantinos, we're losing that battle, that misinformation battle, we're kind of losing. We've got to think of more inventive ways of countering the BS, to be honest with you. Thanks, Mark.
Whilst you've presented a pessimistic picture there, I think when we get into the question session, let's try and do that with the theme of hope and aspiration and opportunity, because the change or the shift in momentum has to originate from that basis. Adriana, you're well experienced in the drug and alcohol world, well experienced in the harm reduction world, where you had to fight those battles many years ago, where harm reduction methods and services and routines are much more established and effective now. So from your perspective, how can that learning be enhanced, embraced and developed more in the tobacco harm reduction world?
Thanks, Martin. And it's great to be here and to have the opportunity to, I think my role here is to speak how we can engage more harm reduction community into tobacco harm reduction. So I want to start by saying something that is very well known, that this community is heavily affected by tobacco smoking, but somehow we are not really addressing this problem, as Garrett already said. I think many times I think about that. I think we have normalized tobacco use with our clients. And many times tobacco is left out of harm reduction conversations. But I think we clearly need to change that. And I want to talk about, because the harm reduction movement is evolving. It's not the same that it was in the 90s or in the 80s. So I think it's becoming a truly intersectional movement that looks at multiple layers of risk and vulnerability, and that goes to the roots of social inequalities. And it's also a movement now that understands very well the need to come together across multiple causes and struggles. So at this point, I don't see any reason to divide harm reduction into separate silos depending on the substance. Tobacco should be part of the conversation, as just like opioids, stimulants, alcohol, and many other substances. And we have this, I think it's very powerful, grassroots and consumer-driven movement, and that certain we need to give voice to the people. And we are grounded on the urgency of saving lives, of improving quality of life and well-being, and we are relying on human rights, on evidence, and on participation. So, but I think, and I wanted to talk a bit about this, the problem we are facing on the ground, and I'm now thinking in harm reduction services, conventional services, it's something else. So, of course, we can raise awareness in the community. We can train frontline staff in tobacco harm reduction, for sure we can do, and there is a lot of interest. But if we don't have the safer products, safer nicotine products available, and if we are not able to give them for free to people who use drugs, to people who are living in the streets, to people who are facing very tough conditions in their lives, we are not achieving the change we need to achieve. And we need long-term support. Because this is not only about changing behaviors or about individual choice. It's about collective shifts and about changing a culture. And just to finish, I want to say something about I want to push back on something that I keep hearing. That is, harm reduction for illicit drugs is well accepted, but for tobacco it's not. In part, this is true because we have a lot of harm reduction programs, but we still don't accept the core harm reduction measure that is touching the illegal drug markets. We still don't accept that we need to regulate, as we do not accept still that safer nicotine products are a legitimate public health strategy. So we are still stuck in this prohibitionist mindset, and we all know that a drug-free world is a mirage, and people will continue to use nicotine, and they will continue to use alcohol, opioids, and many other substances. So, and this is not something to be feared or demonized, it's something to be regulated with quality standards, with safety for consumers. So we need to make sure that people have safer choices and are not left with the most harmful ones. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Michael, a large percentage of the prison population were smokers. They come from often deprived backgrounds and areas of high deprivation and poverty. Scotland introduced the smoking ban many, many years ago. So alternatives were something that was very much in the attention at the forefront of the prison services mind at that point in time. So from your perspective, how has that landed? What was the prison population's views on vaping opportunities within prison? Is there things changing? Is there contraband that comes into play in that respect? So just a few comments from yourself to help the audience understand the perspective in that world.
Okay, thanks, Martin. Just for context, the prison I work in is a large adult male prison. It holds 1,400 individuals on average. It's designed for 987, so there's a fair amount, 40% overcrowding, which does compress and cause further issues in terms of when you get to make decisions such as removing tobacco-based products. In around about 2018-19, we decided through some research studies and some pressure from staff unions and other groups about the quality of the air purity. So we did some research on the fine particulate matter as a proxy measure for second-hand smoke, and the results were very conclusive that we need to do something. So the decision was made to remove tobacco from prisons and make prisons smoke-free. That was a good decision, but caused major concern for the operational practitioners such as myself. The reasons why we decided to look at could we introduce vapes, was there any operational or security issues that would cause, and the reason we were doing that was not was not driven by giving people an alternative in the sense of harm reduction model. It was more about we like to keep roofs on prisons, and we didn't want the roof to come off when people reacted badly to the decision to remove tobacco from prison. So tobacco has been a long-standing prison currency. It is intrinsically involved in prison culture. So it was a matter that governors and fellow governors were really concerned about. Do we have a viable alternative? So at that point, we started to consider introducing the vapes. We also increased our access to nicotine replacement therapies and others. That's enough. So prisoners started to make legitimate choices. About 44% increase in uptake on nicotine replacement therapies prior to the removal of tobacco. We also decided to offer vapes for free in the initial phases. 3 months prior to the tobacco being removed, we issued vapes to everybody who wanted one, and the free pods. We continued to do that right up to the point of implementation. And post-implementation, what we did was for a year is subsidise and gradually increasing the price of these products until within a year it became normalised. What we saw remarkably was no incidents whatsoever in the prison, no reaction to the removal of tobacco, and vapes readily and well adopted immediately in the prison, which was to great surprise how well it went. It has continued to go well, so some of the follow-up studies, just to give you some context, which made most people pretty happy, was within 1 week of removing tobacco, there was an 81% reduction in fine particulate matter in the air, and within 6 months that rose to about 91 to totally clean air. Also, the other indicators we've seen a 9% reduction in prescriptions for respiratory issues as well across the prison. The other bit we were concerned about, because we tended to see, and the consumers in this room will probably tell me in terms of support for people, we often used tobacco as a mental health support for new admissions coming in. They were really struggling, chaotic, under pressure. So what the staff would do is give them a cup of tea and a cigarette, and it calmed people down in their first night and gave us less cause for concern in terms of suicide risk and other aspects of mental health. But we've seen no increase in mental health referrals or prescriptions post tobacco. So the vapes did seem to have the exact impact we were looking for. The decision making, just to give it context, I don't know if it's relevant to this group. Prisons operate on legitimacy and power. If I make decisions in prison, they have to be wholly legitimate, or individuals will vote through action. And that action is never often nice. So we have to be very careful of not abusing power and making decisions legitimate. So this seemed to be a well-accepted, legitimate decision and well-formulated. That was accepted by the prison population. And the reason why you worry is, to give you context, between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock at night, I have 72 staff in the prison, and there are 1,400 people. So if anything goes wrong, the odds are not in our favour. And that's why we need to always maintain that balance of legitimacy and power. But some of these arguments are reflective of what I'm hearing this week in terms of consumer and the people who won't listen, and the science and the people who won't listen. There seems to be lots of mirrored issues to explore. The other bit, before I finish, is I wondered why I was in the room, to be fair. I've took a lot away from this few days, especially on what we've ignored as transition to the community. We've not done anything regarding supporting people making a transition to community. I'm developing and building a new prison, and we've tried to consider every aspect of that prison in terms of salutogenic processes, biophilic design, green space everywhere, but not once have I had a conversation about smoking, tobacco, reducing harms. So this timing has been very good in terms of our prison design and our thoughts about reintegration and re-entry to society, and supporting people through what I'm hearing from the consumers in this room is a very passionate and powerful response. So.
A fascinating insight into that world, Mick, and again, there are themes popping into my head that I think are worth exploring further. You know, the thoughts just occurred to me, ladies and gentlemen, that there are 2 Glaswegians and a Dubliner on the panel here, and we're renowned for our accents being very difficult to understand. So this must be a tough gig for the translators, this session, I have to say. But we'll do our best to try and speak slowly so that you understand us as well as possible. So, you've heard some 4 really interesting and slightly different perspectives there. And I think there was a common thread permeating throughout in relation to the acceptance potential of are seeing tobacco harm reduction in the same way as any other harm reduction mechanism, and not segmenting various substances for different reasons. That being the case, if we accept that smoking is bad for you, tobacco or alternative nicotine products are less harmful for you, it seems like a very simplistic argument. So why is it so challenging to overcome these misperceptions or misinformation, or to engage the right people in the right room at the same time? Maria said it this morning, it's understanding those in your supply chain. That wasn't our words, but that's the way I was thinking about it. But you work in any industry, understanding the needs, issues, agendas, motivations of those in your supply chain. And the better you do that, potentially and arguably, the more successful you'll be within your business opportunity. To get in this subject, that feels a really difficult barrier to overcome. So why is that? Let's have a conversation about that. Any questions from the floor? Yes, gentleman there. There's a microphone coming shortly. Oh, no, sir. Here you go.
My name is Alexandre Luciano from Brazil. Before I ask the question, I have to give a little background. I was here, I think, the first time 6 years ago in the introductory session. And my first question was why the World Health Organization was not here at the time. I think Clive Bates answered that it was really a challenge. Coincidentally, the last few days because I am an activist in Brazil, I stopped smoking thanks to vaping in 2015 after 15 years of smoking, more than 3 packs a day. So vaping saved my life. So I work often in engaging in social media, and I was engaging with a female doctor, I think was a pneumologist, saying that vaping has more nicotine than cigarettes. I was answering and giving all these sources. And then after a few iterations, she blocked me and deleted all my comments. So my question is, what to do when the other party doesn't want to be here? But the question is, who else should be in the room? And I think the other party must be in the room, but they are not willing to be here. This is my first question. And the second question is, since 6 years ago, the question is the same and the answer is the same. They are not here. So the panel thinks that this is going to change somehow, and what can we do to change that? Because yesterday Inácio was saying that we want them to be here. We are not invited to their events, but we want them to be here, but they won't come because they are not willing to be here. So what to do about that?
This was touched on by Konstantinos in the last session, of course. Sharifa, maybe rather unfairly, I'm maybe going to ask you to make the first contribution.
Thank you very much. I have the same questions. I have the same question. Anyway, we do what we can. I think number one is that the consumer association or groups must be strong. We need to maybe talk to them, liaise with them in a silent manner or with our own engagement or whatever entities that we are able to do. Talk to the consumer groups. Some of the consumer groups are very, very strong in certain countries. In Malaysia, some of the consumer who are pro-government are very strong, less on THR consumer groups, but we need to engage with them and we need to empower them so that they will be able to ask good questions to their parliament members, to their stakeholders and so forth, and for them to actually request the liberty or the options to choose. That means there are options which are including alternative tobacco products. They must demand that this alternative be present in the market, or at least available for them, either through prescription, maybe like Australian model and so on. But they must demand that the options be available for them. The consumer groups are very important. I think these are some of the most important strengths that we need to tap into. They have a say, and sometimes we just have to liaise with them to say that this is your right, to demand certain extra options that's available rather than maybe traditional NRT or quit smoking clinic. Besides that, especially for people who are not able to quit using the traditional or the usual manner. I think that's one, the consumer group. The second part is that if we are able to talk to some other medical fraternity that is on board with us. Some of the medical fraternity or friends or basically people who work in this area, they are around, but we are not able to reach them for certain reason. So they might come on board and help us in our cause as well. I've seen that happening. Of course, they might have certain positions after some time, but I think we need to find and continue finding certain friends in our fraternity and so on. I do understand that's an uphill battle. Example, for my country, a lot of the associations are very pro against THR, but there are certain associations or certain physicians or doctors, especially doctors who see, example, patients who with COAD, lung cancer, that cannot just stop smoking. So they know the actual situation, and we need to engage with them, and we need their voices, because if not, they will interpret the one that advocate as being paid by the tobacco industry, and so it's basically just you, and you. So you have to get other people as partners as well. Yeah, I think that's my 2 points.
Yeah. Adriana, would you like to add anything there? I mean, I think what we're hearing there is this elevate the user voice through a human rights lens in many respects, and target the right audiences to listen as best as possible. But
I totally agree to what has been said about the consumer movements, but I was thinking in another strategy to involve policy makers into the discussion, and the policy makers that are in these high positions in the international bodies and national governments. Maybe we need to do the same that we did for drug policy, is that to bring former policymakers into a kind of a commission, They can be advocates and they can reach out their peers. I don't know if this was already done. Is to invite former presidents and former prime ministers in some countries to be advocates in this field. I'm not sure if this work out, but I think politicians many times won't come here because they are not between peers. Maybe.
The question was very specific. I was actually looking around the room there to see if Jerry or Paddy were in, and Paddy's just left not so long ago there. Jess, when we're looking at the contributions from the various stakeholders that are concerned, so in those planning stages, there have been attempts, I know there have been attempts to try and engage a different audience. So where do you think, from a GFN perspective, those major barriers have been, and what attempts have you tried to navigate a way through that? Can we have a microphone down the front here?
Yes, we do try very hard to encourage people in other areas to come to GFN. I think the biggest barrier to it is the toxicity of this debate, to be honest. People fear that they will suffer reputational damage if they come here to talk about consumer products that are unfortunately associated with an industry that has deservedly has a bad reputation for what they have done in the past. I think that's the major barrier.
Yeah. And the stigma that's associated with that.
Yeah.
Sir, I apologise that we wouldn't be able to specifically answer your question to get the World Health Organisation here, but what you've heard back is a range of different avenues to try and infiltrate a bit further and a bit deeper. Oh, yes, sir. Gentleman at the front here.
Hello, Daniel Nicotine from Kyrgyzstan, from Glory Foundation. So I do feel that just answering the question, who else should be there in the room? Religious leaders. So just a couple of days ago, with Vladimir, we were speaking about it. Those are people, Christian leaders, Muslim leaders. For example, let us take the Muslim community. During Ramadan month, for 30 days, people who used to smoke, giving them those safer alternatives maybe would be a relevant solution. And maybe religious leaders should be advocates who would be able to promote this idea. For Christians who are practicing fasting restrictions during throughout the year, for them it also can be a solution. And why not try? Religious leaders from Central Asia, from Middle East, from Europe, if they meet somehow at a separate roundtable, or maybe this forum, maybe next year's, why not explore?
Again, there's a view for looking at institutional organisations to try and engage a population of people through those communities. And, you know, you can see a logic in that. I think some of the themes that we've touched on are those institutional barriers at a policy, a strategic policy and public health perspective. So there are two ways in my mind to think about that at that strategic level, but also at that grassroots level. Yeah, so that's a helpful contribution. Yes, the microphone here.
Cecilia from Swedish Match. I think I'm based in Brussels and I've seen it from a political perspective from Brussels. And I think when it comes to the broader scope of harm reduction, it's often endorsed by the left side, whereas tobacco harm reduction has been sort of endorsed by the right side, where you have more freedom to choose kind of argumentation. So my question is, do you think that there is an issue of bringing tobacco harm reduction into the broader harm reduction discussions because it's politically tainted?
Thank you, Cecilia. Garrett?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. I don't know what the delay is. I mean, we were in Bogota, and there's been a bit more at the Harm Reduction International Conference. There's a bit more discussion. I think it's been neglected by the wider harm reduction sort of family. I don't know why. You know, we know how many people every year die from tobacco-related illnesses, and we also know how many people who use drugs, particularly opioids, people on substitution treatment, 80–90% of people smoke. I often say to, you know, my patients, very morbid conversation to have, but, you know, if something else doesn't get you, you know, probably the biggest risk factor that will contribute to your death is going to be cigarette smoking. I don't know why it has not taken on. It wouldn't take much for it's such a conversation that, you know, is very, very easy to have. I think we're changing a bit. I think we're beginning to enter that space now, and it's long before time. And you raise an interesting point about the right in terms of tobacco harm reduction on the left. That's very, very true, and I would make this point that many of the people in my own community of drug harm reduction are kind of anti-vaping or not really well disposed towards vaping. And, you know, when I got involved in this area, which is about 10, 12 years ago, it made complete sense to me. And all the sort of principles of drug harm reduction were the same. So, you know, we all know about needle exchange and supervised injecting centres, heroin-assisted treatment and opiate substitution treatment and all those things. We know that that reduces harm and it reduces death. So here we have a product that does a kind of a similar thing. I mean, it's very, very different in many ways, but it does a similar thing. I thought it would have caught on in the wider harm reduction space. Not only probably has it not, certainly at the rate I would like to see it happen, but also some of them are anti-vaping. And dare I say it, these are people who fought, some of them warriors for drug harm reduction for decades, and yet they'll come back and say, oh, isn't that more harmful than smoking? It's just lazy. I mean, if we were to adopt that view with opiate substitution treatment, you know, we just see bodies in the streets. But for some reason, it seems to... One of the things I will say about tobacco, which is very different than the other drugs, is one of the reasons I think that smoking isn't taken seriously is because it's probably the only addiction where really, by and large, the harms are to one's health. If you look at all the other drugs, their life can unravel. Very, very few people's life unravels because of smoking. It's a personal health thing. And I think because of that, people do not take it as seriously as maybe they ought to.
Interesting. Adriana, do you want to add anything to those points that Garrett made?
I think I already addressed a bit. I don't see any reason for this divide, honestly. And I think the scenario is changing, and we are bringing in, and Bogota conference is an example. It's more, now I have more space for tobacco harm reduction. And honestly, I don't, but it's different bubbles maybe. I don't see any of these anti-vaping near my circle. So it's not, and when we work on this community initiative in Lisbon about tobacco harm reduction, and I spoke to a lot of other colleagues in harm reduction, and we did some training together, and I saw a lot of interest because we are also among people who work in harm reduction. We also have a lot of smoking among staff. So people were really picking up the products as well and asking questions and asking for advice. And so my experience, it's the opposite. I don't see any anti-vaping impulse, let's say. So I think things are changing.
Okay, we'll move on. I think we've got another question down here at the front. Just in the front row here.
Maybe you just answered my question, Adriana. You know, Portugal decriminalized all drug use in 2001, and they have been a beacon for the world, right? Decriminalizing support, don't punish. And I'm just wondering, in Portugal, if vapes and tobacco harm reduction is really being embraced because, again, leading the world in decriminalizing and support, don't punish people who use drugs, I would have thought that Portugal might be leading in tobacco harm reduction because you've had decades of, we help people who use drugs, we don't throw them into prison. So I'm just wondering, and I know that João Goulão, who is, you know, the sort of the drug czar in Portugal, he's either a smoker or he vapes. And what is the landscape in Portugal in terms of tobacco harm reduction? Because again, just pioneering a new way to work with people who use drugs. So I know it's a big question, but I'm just really curious.
Adriana?
Yeah, the problem is that the National Drugs Agency takes care of illicit drugs and alcohol. But tobacco, it's a completely separate public health program, very under-resourced, underfunded, with just a few people. They don't even manage to have update data on smoking. So, and this National Drugs Agency, they could take tobacco, I agree, and it would be more easier to put harm reduction as a core strategy into tobacco interventions and programs and policies. But there is this divide, institutional divide, and it's being difficult. And in my short experience in tobacco harm reduction, we tried to reach out some senior top officials in the Ministry of Health to talk about this, and they were just suspicious. And the reason is that what Jess already mentioned, they are thinking that they can be contaminated by this industry plot, so they don't even want to hear about it. And I think we also have a problem in the medical professional. We are not having health professionals to get good quality information. They are spreading many times, I'm sorry to say this, but they are spreading misinformation.
Mick, I'm going to ask you a very specific question in a minute, but before doing that, just I'm going to challenge your own thinking a wee bit. So have a thought in your own head about why are you in the room? What's your personal motivation for being here? And secondly, and allied to that, if there was someone in your network that you think isn't on board with your way of thinking and looking at this, who would you invite along to try and help, you know, build the momentum further? So have a think about that, and I'll maybe just come and ask a couple of people in the audience and see what kind of responses we get. Mick? Oh, sorry, on you go, Sharif.
Can I just say something as well? I think in some of the countries, including in my country as well, tobacco, or basically tobacco harm reduction, is being seen as a propaganda of big tobacco. Even though it has started by small, medium-sized companies, just local vendors producing e-cigarettes and so forth. But in the end, when the big tobacco also started producing e-cigarettes and vape, so the local vendors are being swiped off as saying that, okay, this is a big tobacco industry as well. So when that happens, nobody wants to engage and talk to us about harm reduction as a whole. And when we start talking about harm reduction, they say that this is a propaganda to get youth being addicted, when at the same time what we're trying to say is that this would work, especially for smokers who are not able to quit, who are just not successful to quit. It's seen as an alternative. So they have the propaganda saying that, okay, tobacco harm reduction is a harm for the population. And it backfires on us when we try to engage with them. So that is another aspect, yeah.
So the framing of the message becomes really, really important. And the session a couple of days ago, engaging the media within that context, I think explores some of those issues. Michael, I'm just thinking about the example that you gave earlier on, where smoking was ceased in the prison, where you introduced alternatives to that. There must have been a range of stakeholders that you had to engage to navigate your way through that in the build-up. So who were they, and what sort of observations did they make, or was there a general acceptance that this is the most positive thing to do, or was there kickback at any point?
I think there was a fair bit of engagement with the primary stakeholder, which was the prisoner. So that was our main focus of concern. We did have good partnership with NHS at the time in terms of their extra support in nicotine replacement therapies and trying to put in something that would help us over that hump of introduction to that. Interestingly, I think, to answer the previous question, and Garrett touched on it, I think there's an unconscious bias that there's no need for some harm reduction. And the only example I can give is my own unconscious bias, which I touched on earlier, was I'll put in place true care packages about housing, benefits, social supports, opiate replacement therapies. They all have to be in place. But I've never once considered that I've got, through default of being in prison, some days became smoke-free and using vapes. And I've never once considered a true care package to support that health change. It's quite strange.
Yeah. And some people that you see coming back into prison who maybe have been on, maybe it's perhaps you're a couple of steps removed from that, the relationship, but has their smoking cessation continued post-liberation, and then, perhaps when they've come back in?
I think it's variable, and I think it has reduced, so they would maintain vaping, but also access potentially smoking. But there's a conscious choice on, so most of the people in prison are from deprived backgrounds, very poor economically, and they will access choices. They suffer a lot of life triggers. They don't cope very well with life in general, and the triggers may lead them towards whatever substance they can get hold of, including tobacco. But they do maintain vaping at the same time, so there's some level of harm reduction in there, and some conscious choice to do that. And when people come back in and we speak to them, they'll tell us that. But the trouble is, the concern, they're accessing black market cigarettes and things, which is a concern for us.
Thank you for that. Gentleman here in the second row, question. Did you put your hand up there, Fiona, as well? No? Yeah, I'll come back to you.
Hello, Rowan Pike from Australia, embarrassingly. My question's also for Mick. Thanks for your presentation. Congratulations on the program. I wouldn't underestimate your value to this audience or a broader audience. It's a great case study. Hopefully it continues and you learn more things. But my question, you touched on it just at the end there about the illicit market. When you talk about legitimacy for the prisoners, and they're now used to products that you've provided cheaply. Where are you going to go with the new vape and tobacco bill that the UK is bringing in? And is this going to inhibit your ability to provide products, flavours, etc., that the prisoners want and need? In the general public, as you say, they can go to the illicit market, but are you going to provide illicit products to the prisoners, or how are you going to get around that in terms of the legitimacy?
We're slightly clever, only slightly clever.
Are you sure about that?
For our prison shop, what we tend to do is add profit to certain products and reduce profit or cost at cost. So when it becomes to vaping, there is no profit attached to the prison, but we will add profit. We need to achieve somewhere between a 5 and 10% profit within the prison shop to maintain it. But we add profits onto other items that may be not used so often to evidence the balance of profit. So we cheat a little bit in terms of doing that for things that we think are more legitimate to maintain low costs so that people would make their choices. And that's how we've navigated around it so far. There's always pressures on that, obviously, to try and continue that.
We've got quite a bit of time left, and I won't labour everything, but does anyone want to ask any questions of these quite unique circumstances within prisons where we're touching on it? Is there anybody want to ask any follow-up to the... Fiona?
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Fiona Patton, also from Australia, I'm sorry. But I've got a couple of comments, but also I think the harm reduction via the prison system, where you've got some of the most vulnerable communities going through that system and being touched by it, I think is really impressive. In Australia, where we have a smoking ban in our prison system, we provide some patches when people come in. But I think in the research that we were looking at, 90% of former smokers coming out of prison start smoking again. So the patches, I mean, so it's great evidence to show that the patches did not work as a long-term reduction. So I'm still interested in, whether even... So I'm still interested in how that's working for the prisons, but also whether you're seeing similar changes in behaviour with opioid replacement therapy as well, because obviously that's part of it. But I just wanted to make two quick comments about who should be in the room. And I really liked this idea of religious leaders. I thought that was kind of out of the box and quite an interesting idea. And I remember when I was trying to get a supervised injecting room up and running in Victoria in Australia, I got the religious leaders in the room and got their support. And the other group I had to get into the room was law enforcement. Now, I wonder whether whether there's room for law enforcement to be in this room. I mean, we've got former police officers like Rowan here, and former police officers are always so much better than they... yeah, well, we've got Rowan in the room, but whether that is another group of people that should be in this room or could be in this room, because certainly in a place like Australia, they've been set up to fail. To try and regulate and to try and to enforce a prohibition that has been absolutely impossible to enforce.
I'm thinking about both Mick and Garrett here, because you'll both be involved in community planning initiatives where the police, you'll be sitting around the table with people at all levels of community planning, including the police. Are there conversations that are beginning to unfold at those gatherings? Mick, you first maybe?
Not necessarily in this area. Everybody's got their own individual perspective on matters, so people are more concentrated and focused on their own thing, so the police are policing. Support is not maybe the first port of call.
Still very segmented thinking?
I think so, yeah.
But if you look at the broader determinants of health, the absence of illness is only just one determinant. There are so many others that are part of that process. Garrett, any contribution you'd like to make?
Well, Fiona knows what's happening in Australia, so there's a very, very direct involvement with the police. We are about to see the impact of disposables being banned, and God forbid that we lose flavours. Then it is going to be a policing issue, because people are going to illegally obtain these things in order to be able to use electronic cigarettes. this is the thing. I mean, these are the, you know, I don't call them unintended consequences. I call them predictable consequences. Everyone says, oh, they'll be unintended. They're absolutely predictable what happens when you prohibit anything. We know it from the wider drugs world, how devastatingly disastrous that has been. We seem to continue to make the mistakes. We're getting little pockets of this great work that they've done in Portugal. In my own country, we have a supervised injecting room, which is a step in the right direction. We've recently had a citizens' assembly on drugs. Maybe we need a citizens' assembly on tobacco. Maybe that might be a good idea. So I think the police are going to be involved, if not now. It's the whole thing at the moment is everything is quite quiet. You know, the sky hasn't fallen in because disposables are available or flavours. It's a fairly calm market. And we know this from alcohol. And believe you me, there's no bigger champion of dealing with alcohol-related harm and all that entails. But at least you can go and enjoy a drink without persecution and harassment. And yes, of course, the police can be involved. That's not due to the legality of the drug. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the introduction of the supervised injecting clinic in Glasgow, which was only 4 months ago now. There was a whole range of community engagement in the lead up to that, Fiona, so drawing parallels from what happened in Australia and in other places. And if you take a step back from that and look at it now, that's broadly been quite successful, to be perfectly honest, because you're anticipating some of those antagonistic views or opposing views. Sorry, Sharifa.
Yeah. Back to the issue of who should be in the room. I was thinking the media, I know that the media is here, some of the media is here, and we've already had a session on the media engagement just now, but I'm just touching on how importance of data to the media. Example, we've had there was some papers talking about COAD, COPD occurring among vapers, and they code it as, vapors, COAD 6 times higher and things like that. But in the end, when we look at the paper, it was a relative risk paper. So meaning that if you compare this with non-vapers and you compare it with cigarette smokers. So back to the story is that when you engage with media, we always have to tell the media what is behind the scientific data. Sometimes they might misquote or misconstrue this. In the end, it becomes a hot topic somewhere and quoting that, smoking is less harmful than vaping, vaping is worse and things like that. So I think the scientific community has a role not only to be here, but also provide good and informative information to the media as well.
Jess, again, so there are 3 very specific suggestions there that, between law enforcement, community leaders at various, whether it's religious community leaders or otherwise, and how you frame the argument with the media based on strong foundation of evidence and data. Right, yeah. I posed a bit of a question earlier on in thinking about you personally. Why are you in the room? Why are you here? That might be very self-evident. But the more interesting part of that was, if you could have someone sitting next to you that you would like to try and influence, was there anyone that gave that question a bit of thought? And I'm reluctant to pick on people, but I'm tempted to, I have to say. Tony, I'm looking directly at you. So, yeah, microphone here.
Yeah, that was totally predictable, Mark. So I'm Tony Duffin, and I've got a couple of roles. One of my roles is I'm the chair of the advisory committee for Correlation European Harm Reduction Network, and this is my first conference, so I'm well versed in harm reduction generally for the last 30 years. I'm here to listen. I haven't, as I said, I haven't been to one before. I'm here to meet you all and find out more. And if I had anybody else in the room, I know a couple of people from the leadership in terms of harm reduction across the world that I would have here with me or with us to listen. I do think that it's all been said already, and it's completely obvious. It's to do with the industry's involvement, or the perception, the reality and the perception of the industry's involvement that keeps people away. I do think that, having worked with people who use drugs for 30 years, that tobacco is probably down here on the, it's up here in terms of harms, we know that, but in terms of priorities, it's down here somewhere with physicians and such. I think that harm reduction generally came about, and I make sort of general statements, but came about from a bottom-up approach in the 80s, and research and medics and all sorts of people came in sort of kind of after. Prisons were very much involved at the beginning, certainly in Dublin, Mountjoy and such, you know. Yeah, I'd look to get peers here. I think peer involvement is really, really important, and co-production, co-design is essential. So more peers here. And just address the concerns around the industry, you know, really openly. And maybe just have more generic harm reduction involvement, just wrap it all up into, you know, like I'd worked on around harm reduction and alcohol, but never around harm reduction and tobacco before in 30 years.
One of the things that I think people enjoy most about this conference is the strength of the consumer-led element to it. You know, it's always been very strong in that respect and very welcoming. There are one or two people in the room from the tobacco industry themselves. I don't know if they would like to you know, put forward a perspective. Again, don't want to single anyone out, and I'm looking in the opposite direction now, but there, what about Cecilia again?
Thank you. I understand that we are a bit of a challenge to the wider cause, but I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of the industry either, both when it comes to developing and marketing reduced-risk products. My company divested our cigarette business in 1999. Our main product has been banned from the European market, so it is, even if the industry has been trying, and we can see that with other big companies over the years and small companies, it is very difficult to get your voice heard. So we also feel a bit stigmatized, but we come from a fairly different perspective because we come from well-off economics, but we can help, and I think we have helped, but we also understand that we are a bit of a kiss of death to have around.
I remember asking a question of a rep from British American Tobacco about the motivations for driving alternative products, you know, and the balance between the market demand for that and the morality that sits behind it. And clearly that there is a market-driven motivation, you know, within the industry. And you see that in different parts of the world where the promotion of smoking products, tobacco products is heavier and perhaps...
I think all products have to be produced by someone. It's the same with all products that you need in harm reduction. Opioid, I mean, in all the spaces, someone needs to produce it. And you can let the government produce it, or you can let the private market produce it, but it will be produced by someone. And most often, and more rational, is to get enterprises to produce it.
Yeah, the market can determine a lot. Yes, gentleman here in the middle.
Great. My name is Mark Tyndall from Vancouver, Canada. I think we bought into this idea that this is being driven, or the perception that this is being driven by industry. And we have to remember that industry is scrambling. This is a disruptive technology. Industry is quite happy with cigarettes. And in some ironic or bizarre fashion, when all these blocks are put to these alternative projects, I think that tobacco company executives are clapping their hands. I mean, they're quite happy with the profits they're getting from cigarettes, and the longer it takes to transition is in their favor. And how we've bought into this narrative that this is great for the tobacco companies, it's not, and they're worried and scrambling. And if we open this up to alternative projects, alternative products, they leave themselves open to other companies and other challenges and things. And right now, the main tobacco companies have a monopoly on this. They're highly profitable. It's quite amazing that they can pay the American government $200 billion and not even blink an eye, basically. So they're quite happy with us lagging and really losing the objective of getting people off cigarettes. So I I think as a group here, we seem to have bought into this thing that, yeah, we're tarred and feathered with industry, but if we really look at the history of this disruptive technology, it wasn't industry's idea to come up with safer products. They've been driven into this, and the longer we let this slide, the happier they are.
Interesting point. Yes, Carolyn. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Carolyn, clinician from Australia. Sorry, this is the little Australia area. A very important group of always advocating to have more health professionals in the room, but in particular psychiatrists. So I've had a significant number of my customers, clients, patients, whatever you label them, being referred to me from their psychiatrist, because the last thing a psychiatrist wants the chronically mentally unwell person to do is stop nicotine. They want them to continue nicotine, just not through smoking, but they, at least my experience in Australia is that they don't know where to start, they don't know what product to recommend, and especially they're needing the pharmacy access, they certainly don't know how to prescribe it. So I think, yeah, psychiatrists get it, obviously, as anyone does in any form of addiction. So very important and a receptive group to involve.
Sharifa or Adriana, in terms of your work and engagement with other health professionals, including psychiatry, is that heavily prevalent in the work that you're doing?
Yeah. I think for Malaysian experience, I think, Caroline, you're absolutely right. We have a huge group of addiction specialists. Most of them are psychiatric-based and they are into addiction treatment and so forth. They are really into harm reduction, including tobacco harm reduction. They know the problem of addiction. They have a huge society as well, but sometimes they are quite reluctant to come forward, but they are one of our biggest supporters in Malaysia. Yeah.
Adriana?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely crucial to involve mental health people because I think there is a huge link between nicotine use and mental health. And nicotine, and we talk more about the harms, but we should talk about the benefits of nicotine. And I think to bring psychiatrists and other mental health professionals, it's essential that they could advise and support people better in these transitions and to recognize the role of nicotine.
We are entering the last 10 minutes or so of this session. Now let's just use that time. If we need it all, great. If not, we'll close a bit early. But the question of who else should be in the room, if there are any very focused suggestions or comments or observations that people like to make in addressing that core question. There have been 3 or 4 great suggestions so far, and I'm sure Jess and Paddy and Jerry will be thinking about how they can try and weave and target some people that might help, encourage and further debate. But any other questions or contributions that people want to add and make with the core question? Yeah, go on.
Probably the most important room of all is the drug policy making room in Parliament, whatever the title is. In my own country, it's the Oireachtas. It's my kind of experience that the people who tend to be in that room tend to be people who are anti-vaping, anti-alternative nicotine products. There doesn't seem to be a balance. The user voice, the lived experience doesn't tend to be there. And people who would have I believe, a more enlightened view, and they would not call my view enlightened. There doesn't tend to be a balance in there. Politicians tend to bring in people that reinforce their own prejudices about these things. And this is a problem. It's been a problem in harm reduction. We've been brilliant in the wider sort of drug harm reduction world of challenging this and making sure we're in there. And that's the quality of the people. We talk about who. You can have all the professions and all the people you like, but it's also the quality of the people in there. Some people are just absolutely phenomenal at influencing people. I mean, Tony is here. And we have our first injecting room. We've had a citizens' assembly on drugs, and we had a minister with the responsibility for drugs called Aon O'Riordan, who did what no other health minister with that responsibility did, and he went and decided that I'm no longer going to look at the media narrative about this, I'm going to actually educate myself. And he went around with Tony, they went around the streets, Tony showed him in reality what injecting drug use in the byways and the alleyways and the streets of Dublin and what it meant, and he educated himself, and he's come out and he said, I had the same view most other people did. You know, drugs are bad, injecting rooms, perpetuating addiction. I don't have that view anymore. And if we could have that type of approach with tobacco harm reduction, we might get places. We might be able to get politicians, change the hearts and the minds of politicians.
Before I ask my panel colleagues just to sum up maybe 30 seconds to a minute of their thoughts and observations on the core question, and what message they'd like to leave the audience with. Are there any other questions that anyone from the floor wants to ask? I think we probably will. We'll do Tony again.
Sorry, it's not really a question, it's more of a statement, and I'll be quick. It's Fiona mentioned a moment ago about policing, but and I think she's correct in many ways around the different forms of drugs, but in this one I think Mick is really important. In terms of what he's achieved in Scotland. And we would do well to engage with the criminal justice side of the house, particularly with prisons, and see what more can be done, because that is a phenomenal piece of work, and I just want to commend him on that.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I started this session talking about you guys being the movers and shakers and the thought leaders, you know, in tobacco harm reduction in the whole and across the world. What other thought leaders and movers and shakers do we want to try and influence to express and progress your own motivations further? And that's a core question I think that this conference has tried to address in the number of years that I've been coming along and facilitating a session at it. There's a saying that keeps, again, and I'll come to you first, Mick, but there's a saying that keeps going back into my head, and that's that if you tell me something, I'm more likely to forget it. If you show me something, I'll probably, or maybe remember it, but if you involve me in something, I'm going to really understand it more. So that notion of involving the right people with the right data and the right quality of narrative is crucial in winning the hearts and minds, and the point you made, Garrett, of those people that still need that element of convincing. Michael, how would you like to close?
I just think the one that struck me was the gentleman's comment about religious leaders, and I don't know why we've never thought of this before, but when we're looking to influence our local community, we tend to go to the natural leaders in that community. So I will seek out the boxing clubs, and I'll speak to the guy that runs the boxing club, because he's working probably with the most disadvantaged kids and the people that will probably come into prison, and their parents. And we often ask their opinion on how they can influence people and what we need to do in terms of supporting that community. So I think more people who not get skin in the game, they've not got a vested interest, but they can be convinced and can become an advocate, would be really useful to be in the room.
Thank you. Sharifa?
Yeah, I think another person that should be in the room is the opportunity for funding, independent funders on tobacco harm reduction, because at this point in time, definitely not Bloomberg or something like that, but whoever is able to fund independent research and neutral research on the benefits of tobacco harm. At the moment, the data is so huge, most of these have been taken out of context, and some of the persons who quote this may not be able to screen whether this paper is of scientific sound material and so forth. So opportunity for funding is very important as well.
Adriana?
Yeah, I think we have already mentioned almost everyone. So I would say that we need more community representation, more diversity in this representation. I know that the consumer movement is here and it's important to be here, but more diversity would be important.
Garrett, give you the last word.
In terms of who we involve?
Have you any messages you'd like to leave the audience with?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great point made earlier about why do I suppose the people with opposing views, who are generally very influential people, not come here. We have a tobacco control conference in Dublin I think it's next week. And to my eternal shame, I wasn't really even aware of it. Maybe somebody might have mentioned it to me many months ago, but I think it was Clive Bates mentioned it. My understanding about that particular conference is that, surprise, surprise, there's they've kind of they've not permitted many groups to go in there. So I don't think there are going to be many who are singing to the choir as we are here in support of safer nicotine products, and I pretty much know what's going to be coming out of that. It's going to be very anti-vaping. The sad thing about tobacco control is, they're very, very anti-vaping, and it's not. I don't know whether they realise this, but they try and blame vaping for in some way stalling smoking reduction prevalence rates, which is absolutely absurd. You know, they've given no credit to safer nicotine products in the battle against smoking-related harm, and I think we're going to get an awful lot of that. I was very happy. It wasn't my idea. I think it might have been Paddy's idea, but I was able to preempt what goes on next week. Brent, I don't think Brent Stafford's in here at the moment, Regulator Watch, but I was able to do a little kind of preemptive strike about next week. I'm hoping there's a bit of media coverage out of it so that there's balance, because if there isn't, that worry we all have about, you know, this message getting across and involving the right people, that would be buried next week, even further. And in light of the disposables ban, it's just, it doesn't bear thinking about. And I don't want to be pessimistic about that, but it does worry me.
Well, let's try and finish now a bit of a more positive note. I mean, my last role was, I worked for an organisation that was called the Beatson Cancer Charity. Now, the Beatson is the major cancer centre in Scotland, and it's synonymous with the quality of support that it offers people at those most challenging and intimate parts or moments in their lives. And I remember when speaking to audiences, we were trying to build fundraising opportunities and stuff, and I think hope is the underpinning message within that field. You know, the hope that tomorrow could be better today, that next week's going to be better than this week, and that next year's going to be far better than this year. And we're all living in a very volatile environment just now. So I think the messages for GFN is the hope that next year, when the conference comes back, that some of these voices that people have identified today are contributing as vociferously as the voices that you've heard over the last few days. I told you earlier on that as a true Glaswegian Scot, I'm not very good at sticking to time. Well, for those of you that don't know, there's two huge monitors down here, and there's a big clock that counts down, and there is 1 minute and 56 seconds left. So I am very proud of myself. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please show your appreciation for your panel? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now let's go and enjoy lunch. Thank you very much.
one, come all. We're about to begin. If anyone can find David Zarek, all the better.
Ah,
There he
man
is.
himself.
I thought we started at 2, sorry.
No, we're finishing at 2.
Right. Okay, let's get underway. Here we all are then, the final session of the final day of GFN. Many people would say save the best till last. We have a tantalizing question and a scintillating panel. My name's Christopher Snowden from the Institute of Economic Affairs. I am joined, as you can see, by 4 experts, and we're going to be discussing media misinformation and public health, not perhaps for the first time in the last few days, but we're going to really drill down into it. You will have noticed, I'm sure, that there is a lot of misinformation around. 12 years ago, I think it was 12 years ago, was it, the first GFN? We were talking about things like the popcorn lung myth and the supposed risks of formaldehyde and the gateway effects and so on, and absolutely nothing has changed as far as the general public are concerned. In fact, the general public are more ignorant and misinformed than ever before. And there are, I guess, a number of reasons for that we'll discuss, but I will first introduce our excellent panel. To my far left here, we have, taking the place of Tommaso, who unfortunately has been taken ill, we have Will Godfrey, who many of you will know as the editor-in-chief of the excellent online magazine Filter, which was created in 2018 and discusses drugs policy and harm reduction, human rights, and so forth. And then to my immediate left, Fiona Patton, who's had a very interesting life. She was a Victorian Parliament MP between 2014 and 2022, the founder of the Sex Party. For 20 years, we ran EROS, the Australian Adult Industry Association, and she also has a very keen interest for many, many years in harm reduction, including, of course, tobacco harm reduction. As, indeed, does Lynn Dawkins here, who is a tobacco harm reduction consultant, the director of Dawkins Analytics, having spent over 30 years in academia. She's a consultant for Pinney Associates, who consult for Juul. And last but by no means least, I'm very pleased to have David Zarek on the panel. I think it's your first time here, isn't it, David? Yes, hopefully not the last. Some of you will know David. He's been blogging for years and years as the risk monger. More recently, he's got a Substack called Firebreak, which he edits. I recommend you subscribe to that. And I've got down here, he's an environmental health risk governance analyst, which is quite a mouthful, but a very accurate description. So I think we're going to start with you, Lynn. We're going to basically have 5 or 6 minutes of opening remarks. Usual, you know the crack by now, I'm sure. A few opening remarks, and then we'll get a discussion underway. So, Lynn, if you'd like to kick us off, that'd be great.
Thank you. Delighted to be here. So we've seen throughout this conference so many examples of misinformation. It's everywhere, so I don't need to give any more examples, but just kind of some of the tactics that are used: alarmist language, words like sickening, toxic, so addicted in media headlines, making outright mistakes, but if not mistakes, then distortions, slant, omissions, ignoring nuance, or by taking findings out of context, so not distinguishing between absolute and relative risk, so focusing on one side of the argument, the kids, whilst ignoring adult smokers. We've seen all of that. So does this matter for public health? Just to take the devil's advocate here, we could argue no, because people are kind of voting with their feet. Despite the substantial increase in the proportion of people who believe that, incorrectly, that vaping is as harmful or more harmful than smoking, we've actually seen in many countries an accelerated uptake in vaping and use of other reduced risk products, and at the same time an accelerated decline in tobacco smoking. So you could take that side. But I think the key question is, could we have made more progress if people didn't have those misperceptions, for example, in certain countries or in certain populations? So do misperceptions drive behaviour? Well, the evidence suggests yes, it does. There's been numerous academic studies now that have shown that misperceptions are associated with reduced trying reduced risk products and reduced switching rates. But even worse than that, we're now seeing evidence of people actually switching from vaping to smoking because they think that smoking is less harmful. So yes, I'd argue it really does matter for public health. If you are promoting information about the dangers of vaping, it leads to more smoking, more death and disease. So why is misinformation so common? We'll hear many reasons for this from others on the panel. Noble cause corruption, more nefarious corruption. But also, alarmist and negative stories generate interest, generate clicks. Humans are drawn to negative media stories much more than they are to positive ones. This is a phenomenon known as negativity bias in human cognition. So we're evolutionary wired to pay greater attention to negative stories. It activates our amygdala. We're drawn to these stories and negative bias and this makes sense, you know, we've had to do that for our survival. Negative news stories evoke stronger emotions. They're more likely to be shared on social media. And of course, the media are very well aware of this, so you can't blame them in many ways for feeding that information to the public. And of course, that will also be self-serving for them. So I now just want to take a step back, and as a recovering academic, I think we have to proportion some of the blame on academics and the university system. So I just want to talk a little bit about that. Just like the file drawer phenomenon in academic publishing, no results are not of interest to the media. They're not going to generate headlines. So of course, what we have left are the more extreme, exciting findings. So if a study does generate findings of interest, the academic can work with the university press office and generate a press release. Now, ideally, the academic would initially draft this or work closely with the press office on this, but academics are busy. So they'll often just send the paper to the press office. The press office will draft something based on the abstract, and the abstract is probably not appropriately caveated due to restricted space. The press office, of course, want the media to pick up on this story. It's good for the university, raises esteem for the university, so they will probably want to amplify, simplify, sensationalize, and at worst, things can get misinterpreted. So nuance can be lost at this particular stage. So the onus is on the busy academic to take some responsibility at that point and work with the press office. The press office then released the story to the media, and this, of course, introduces a second area where nuance can be lost and findings can get sensationalized or biased. So even if the academic is appropriately caveated in their original publication, for example, you know, these findings are just cross-sectional, we can't attribute causality, there are many opportunities for that to get lost along the way from the abstract to the press release to the media story. These are examples of kind of the well-meaning, busy academic where things get misinterpreted. But, of course, I don't think we can ignore the case where the underlying research itself is flawed. So academics come to the wrong conclusion, or where there's distortion or spin in the write-up of the publication itself. So at best, the academic hasn't quite understood their results or their research methods. They have overlooked things like bias sampling, reverse confounding, and so on. At worst, they're seeking recognition, visibility, or to promote their academic standing. And the university system encourages this. We've already seen from Ariel's oration the night before last that academics are incentivized to publish and to get grants. And it's no different with getting your story out there into the media. If your story gets media representation, that increases the citations of your paper, and in turn, that leads to more internal and external funding. So I just want to finish on what we can do about this, and I probably have a bit less to say on that. So academics need to take some responsibility here. I think lecturers who are teaching on research methods courses need to educate the researchers of the future by focusing on scientific integrity, the replication crisis, and open science. By pre-registering your analysis, there's less opportunity then for that bias to come in. And academics should work closely with their press offices to ensure that release is unbiased and accurate. During any involvement with the media, I think we need to bring the focus back to smoking. Smoking kills, and we know it. And on this final point, I recently read David McRaney's book, How Minds Change, and I took a lot from that. And he focuses on building rapport. Academics can build rapport with the media, but also telling stories. Brains are attuned to powerful, emotive stories. It doesn't have to be your own story. It could be somebody else's story. You know, I smoked for years, vaping saved my life. And I think people are more tuned to stories than they are to academic evidence.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Yes, I think that's very true. Will, can I come to you next?
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be represented in the program by a photograph of Tommaso. He's so much better looking. And yeah, as a member of the media, I certainly don't want to be here as an apologist for the media. The majority of THR coverage, as we know, is awful and harmful. But I suppose I do want to talk about constructively engaging. And you know, in harm reduction, we, for very good reason, talk about meeting people where we're at. And even though we rightfully feel angry about what the media does with vapes and other reduced risk products, I think there are some structural reasons for that, and we would do well and be more effective if we meet the media where they're at, where possible. I would posit that while there are some people who know exactly what they're doing and are very, very cynical about it and spreading disinformation rather than misinformation, I think that the majority of the bad media coverage we're talking about is simply regurgitated. Right? It's based on ignorance, on credulity towards public health institutions that should be trustworthy, towards, in some cases, prestigious academic organizations and flawed and often unpublished studies. So there's credulity, but look, when you consider that the overwhelming number of journalists covering this subject won't be specialists in this subject, we all rely on credulity to some extent. I happen to be of the opinion that the Earth revolves around the sun rather than vice versa. But if you asked me to prove that without a space rocket, I don't think I could. I know it, in quotes, because people I consider authoritative and books and so on have told me so. And so, you know, when you consider that very few journalists are THR beat journalists, they're expected to cover multiple subjects quickly, which doesn't lend itself to depth. In some cases, they're churning out, 4 or 5 stories a day. Seeing them trust what some academics tell them or what the World Health Organization says is sad and disappointing, but not that surprising. I've heard a lot of people at this conference call journalists lazy, and that's certainly justified in some places. But at the same time, I don't think that if you're a chronically lazy person, that journalism would be the career you would choose. Through my career, I've known a number of people who have left journalism for other professions of different kinds, and they invariably get back to me and say, God, the work here is so much easier, there's so much less pressure, and I get paid a lot more. And so I think, you know, in terms of meeting journalists, now if there's malice intended, which in some cases there is, then it's a different matter. But often it's ignorance, and therefore I would argue, and Jacob Greer made the same point in the messaging workshop we did the other day, that I don't think rage should be the emotion you lead with when interacting with them. I don't think your first port of call should be the social media call out and the shaming. If there's an opportunity to email and kindly, respectfully point out what's wrong with the coverage. I think that's the way to go first, and then if that doesn't work, well, you'd have to think about other options. I mean, as a publisher, you know, I publish many articles every week, and so of course I'm used to the kind of reactions you can get from the public. And one of the pressures is in journalism, any mistakes you make will be made publicly and will probably come with a combination of derision and abuse. And that's just how it is. And so I've been attacked on social media. I've received really nasty emails about differences of opinion with what we've published. And I've also received kind and constructive emails. And now look, if I ever published something that I later learned was inaccurate, then of course I would make a correction, whatever the circumstances. But it's only human that I am so much more inclined to engage with, consider, and rethink if I receive a kind communication that doesn't vilify me for having made what the correspondent sees as a mistake. And so, yeah, I think it may sound very lily-livered and one small step at a time versus an ecosystem that has done so much harm, and I get that, and my whole work is about trying to counteract that harm inflicted by the media. But yeah, I mean, it's about communication. It's about talking to people. Of course, if there is a clear factual error, you can request a correction, and an ethical publication, which aren't that common, will do that. But if it's more just disagreeing with the general tone of the story, or a feeling that the journalist is asking the wrong questions or making important omissions, top of the list for me would be not speaking to people who actually use nicotine. Then I think a constructive way forward would be to point out these issues, to introduce yourself as a potential source for future stories, relying on that proverbial laziness again, to point them in a couple of other directions, and to do it in a way that the journalist is more likely to engage with and that can plant a seed. So it's baby steps, but I think that as advocates, some positive steps that we can take in a very negative situation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Getting some constructive ideas here. Fiona, that I suppose is as much misinformation about nicotine in Australia, is it?
No, hardly. No, thank you. And both, it's been really interesting. I thought when I first was elected into Parliament in end of 2014, we had a bill which was the Tobacco Amendment Bill. And it said, now remembering by this time we had already banned any nicotine products. So this was a bill about vaporizers that contained no nicotine. But for the purposes of the bill, cigarettes or e-cigarettes or personal vaporizers that contained no nicotine, no tobacco, would be treated as a tobacco product. Now that still exists in that legislation, and it's not the only state that has, for the purposes of the legislation, we will consider a non-tobacco product a tobacco product. It also went further to say that for the purposes of the bill, vaporizing is smoking. Now, this, obviously we all know this defies physics, but this again sits in that legislation. So we've got misinformation in our laws in Australia, and that is really unhelpful. And again, even at the time in 2016, I can tell you that the vapes that were for sale in the specialist vape stores in Australia did not look like a cigarette by any means. They look like an old Walkman or a cassette player, if any of you are old enough to know what they are. So we had that fundamental misinformation in our legislation in Australia, and of course that's problematic. So then in spending some time doom scrolling over the last few days, I came across an article, and the headline said, First person to be jailed for selling illegal vapes in Australia. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. What they didn't mention was that he was also selling THC gummies to children. So it was the illegal vapes that he was selling to adults that was the headline, rather than this guy selling, cannabis sweets to children outside of school. That warranted sort of the third paragraph in the article. Then, just a couple of weeks ago, we've seen our health minister, again congratulating himself on how successful we've been, and it was in the same Murdoch paper. There was two articles. One was on how successful they've been, and that they've seized 8 million vapes, and that this proves that it's working. Young people aren't accessing vapes, so we're seeing a decline in vape use. So everything is brilliant, and we are world leading. I wish he was in this room, just to hear the number of times we have to apologise for being Australian. And so his world leading went on. But then in the same paper, and it would have been a day or two later, there was a Freedom of Information article about the fact that while they may have seized 8 million, the Therapeutic Goods Authority believes that over 10 million illicit vapes are sold every month in Australia. So it looks like they seized not quite a month's worth. And not only that, they in this same article, they interviewed a pharmacist where, this very successful world-leading program was where people could get their vapes. The pharmacist said he had sold one vape in a month. And when they drilled down in the numbers, it would look, it is for every one legal vape that is supplied in Australia, 1,700 are supplied illicitly. Very successful, wouldn't you say? And then he goes on to, and then, again, we're world leading, we're very successful. They then did some, we then had, our Crimes Commission report back that the combined illicit vape and illicit tobacco trade is now worth $13 million a day. So again, the same article had the minister saying, well, we're winning the war. And then he said, we're winning the war on big tobacco. And I thought, well, that's interesting, because as of 1 July, we're changing some of the standards for what will be acceptable for products being sold, the legal products being sold in the pharmacies. And in that article, PMI, which sells one of which provides one of the legal vapes, they've pulled out of the market because they're not meeting those standards. It will come as no surprise, Imperial is one of the other companies that supplies. In fact, pretty much all the legal product is supplied by big tobacco in Australia. So, but their product will no longer meet the standards. And finally, I know a lot of these journalists, and they're not bad people. But when I talk to them about these articles, they're too scared to print anything else. Like, they're really knowledgeable health reporters are frightened of our Cancer Council, are frightened of our health ministry, that if they contradict the health department, if they contradict the Cancer Councils, that the great wrath will come upon them. And even for the political reporters who are reporting on this, again, if they contradict the minister, if they try and correct or ask difficult questions of the minister, they are no longer invited to have interviews with the minister. So it is really difficult for journalists, and I do think that I have some sympathy for them, and I think this is part of maintaining those relationships. And just finally on that, we had someone from New Zealand. Now, okay, no one wants to hear that New Zealand's beating Australia, well, except for New Zealanders. But so we had some people from New Zealand coming out to talk about the success in New Zealand and how a regulated licensed market can really help reduce smoking, and seeing Marawa here. And do you think we could get a single journalist to report it? Not a single one. Now, I know there's great rivalry between us, but we could not get a single journalist from any mainstream newspaper to write about the New Zealand model. And I think it goes back to the stigma of it, but also the fear of retribution that is currently facing journalists in Australia.
Well, that's very interesting. I mean, it sounds almost totalitarian, doesn't it? David, over to you.
Thank you. This is the sort of graveyard shift of sessions just after lunch on the third day, so you're all rather tired. So I'd like to do a rather Canadian thing since we love baseball. It's a seventh inning stretch, so I'd like everyone to stand up. Stretch a little bit. Move yourself around. Get your energy back because you're digesting food right now. Say hi to the person next to you. Hi. Vape them if you've got them. I don't know if you can, but anyway. So say hello, greet the people. Okay, good. Okay, so now hopefully that'll give you the energy for the rest of the session because we've got a lot of great speakers. So do you mind if I stay down here for a little while just to kind of keep them warm? You guys can sit down. You guys can sit down, yeah. You just keep standing if you want, it's no problem. My name's David Zarek. I don't belong to this community per se, but I enjoy the fact that as a risk professional, I get to visit different communities and different groups and be able to know their problems, whether it's the pesticide industry, the nutrients and baby food formula, which by the way are called the new tobacco by the WHO. And so thank you for letting me into your community and learning a little bit about your challenges. You're not alone. Most other industries are facing the same problems. But I think one of the things I'd like to look at instead is the money. And that's where the narratives get controlled. That's where the stories, the narratives that weave the stories that the media pick up, that costs a lot of money. As a lobbyist for the chemical industry for about 17 years, I knew enough that if you didn't have the money, then your campaign is lost. And I've also seen your budgets for advocacy, and it's not a good foretelling of the type of challenges you're going to have. Probably my favorite historical character, by the way, I'm also making the cameraman work, which is good. You have to do a little bit of work every now and then as well, sorry. My favorite historical character is Willie Sutton. How many people know Willie Sutton? Okay, good. He's a bank robber. Bank robber who broke out of prison many times, and rather illustrious character. But one time a journalist asked him, when he was still in prison, Willie, why do you rob banks? And his reply, you've probably heard, because that's where the money is. So when you look at a lot of the NGO campaigns and you wonder, how is it possible that they're able to get these studies done? How is it possible to get the media to report on this? How is it possible to get the academics to talk about it? How is it possible to get the regulators to talk about all these things when all of it is false? Follow the money. And that's what I've been doing recently. And more I'm finding that this money is coming from foundations. Now, if you go out to the street and ask people what do they think of philanthropy and foundations, they're thinking, oh, these are good people giving their money away to help the poor, send poor people to school, cure diseases, fight cancer and everything else, right? If we were to ask people in this room, what do you think about foundations? You'd say, Michael Bloomberg. Come on, give Michael a break, okay? He didn't get to be president, so he's giving his money away so he can be loved. All he wants is a hug. So you're looking at the damage. I don't think of Michael Bloomberg when I think of foundations. Okay, he gives money away. He gives a lot of money away. But it's insignificant within the amount of money that's being passed around by the, to the activists, to the media, to the academics, to all these studies. When I think of foundations, and I've been looking a lot into this, I'm thinking of the fiscal sponsors. Fiscal sponsors are the consultants who are working to bring the hundreds of millions from the foundations together into packages and programs. They're selling funds. Okay, so I'm thinking, for example, of the Global Green Grants Fund. Never heard of them, probably. Global Green Grants, for example, took something called the Agroecology Fund that until 2022 was getting about 1 million a year to promote agroecology. That's peasant farming. Peasant farming is the new agriculture. When they took over as fiscal sponsor, they went from 2022 to 2024, they increased that to 100 million. So you have 100 million going into advocacy against industrial agriculture. Have you noticed the narrative changing recently? Or I think of the New Venture Fund. The New Venture Fund is giving money, they created a law firm to file public nuisance suits against oil companies, accusing them of damages for climate change. They're not going to win any of them. That's why law firms don't normally need money from foundations, do they? But instead, they're continually suing Exxon and Chevron. Hopefully they'll go out of business at some point from all the lawsuits. Or I'm thinking of the European Climate Foundation. They produce a 2-page balance, which essentially in the last year showed they received $275 million. It's only for Europe, by the way. They have one in the States as well. $275 million for climate advocacy. They paid pretty well every NGO. They're paying academics. They paid Greta. You think Greta just got on a train, went to Davos to speak at the World Economic Forum like every other teenager could? No, they were managing her. They managed the boat. They managed to get her to the States. They were the ones doing the PR for Greta. It didn't just happen. But most people aren't looking at where the money's coming from. Most people see this person saying your house is on fire and thinking, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that speech was written. Okay. So you need to wake up and see where the money is coming from. And that's one of your first challenges now, because their budgets are far greater than your budgets, and they're doing a lot more with it to control the narrative. How did this happen? How did all these billionaires come in, by the way, into this field? Well, the rules of the game have changed in the last 20 years or so. Bit of history. Think, for example, the last great wealth creation period was in the 1920s. From that, we had the Fords, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, all these great family foundations. And for almost 100 years, those were the main foundations. And then the next great wealth creation started only 25 years ago with the internet. And in the last 25 years, one generation, there have been 4 great wealth creations. There's been the internet, social media, so now you got Gates and Zuckerberg funds. Then you have also AI, and the greatest wealth creation, crypto. What do you mean the greatest? Yeah, think of Sam Bankman-Fried, for example, stealing $5 billion from Alameda Research shareholders. Okay, that money all disappeared into all these other funds. Okay, so you had this great wealth creation, and we're talking hundreds of billions going into funds managed by these faceless fiscal sponsors who are setting up media groups, creating funds that pay journalists to do research, funding scientists, funding campaigns, funding every NGO they could, creating NGOs. And they're getting paid, they're getting a lot of money, they're getting paid to do this, to run campaigns also against vaping. So when you see an NGO and they say our fiscal sponsor is, dig deeper. One last point I want to look at. In the last 25 years, what else has happened? Well, in the 1980s, I was a journalism student, planning to be the next Jimmy Olsen. In the early 2000s, I was a professor teaching journalism students. And in those 20 years, the whole media market was destroyed. They no longer had their financial revenue streams. They had to go online. They cut back and restructured a lot. So the news industry was very vulnerable. Today now, most news organizations are getting money from the foundations. The billionaires who made the money from the media groups are now giving money and controlling the message. So you have to follow the money. That's the key point. I've had my own, I write, but I also every now and then find a campaign that's quite popular. And today I got a message, it was quite good news. I've been writing a lot about NGO funding, and particularly what's going on in Brussels. And you think, David, what? Just give it up. You're a single person. You can't keep fighting these battles. A friend of mine sent me a message. Yesterday, Elon Musk posted about this. Every now and then you get a good smile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, there's a lot of blame to go around, isn't there? I mean, you look at the chain of events that can lead to misinformation. You know, it starts perhaps with the academics, who may or may not be good faith actors, and then there's a chance for things to go wrong at the journal stage, at the press release stage, when the journalists get hold of the press release, the way that message is then communicated, whether by doctors or NGOs. But everyone's acting in their rational self-interest, really, apart from possibly the Australians. I find it quite hard to understand what the Australians do. But it is all working out as you might expect, looking at what people's incentives are. Can I just ask you, David, it's always very interesting to follow the money, and people in this space are particularly interested in it, and if there's any hint of tobacco money, NGOs are very keen to expose it. But if it's just someone like Bloomberg, who may well be very misguided, but at the end of the day just wants to be loved, what's the story there? So we've got billionaires giving monies to perhaps slightly controversial causes, but do the public care about that? What is the purpose of following the money?
Well, there's a certain hypocrisy that goes on, because everyone talks about industry funding as if it's a large amount that's affecting the way people perceive things. And there is obviously a financial interest and a profit motive, so there's a hard sell to justify that. So a lot of people won't take industry funding. And of course, if they see somebody in the academe who takes industry funding, this person has to pay a price. And so they lose their reputation quite quickly. I mean, I haven't worked for industry since 2006, and I'm constantly, that's almost 20 years, and I'm constantly reading about industry-funded lobbyists. And I'm thinking, I was a professor. I mean, it's nothing, and people can't accept that. So they have to say, they assume it's funding and it's industry funding, but somehow foundation funding is okay. Now, if I just give some advice for the industry people who want to fund something, don't give the money directly, because nobody else is doing that. Foundations have these sorry, this is some inside information, but everyone else is playing this game. Foundations are getting money from interest groups, particularly like tort lawyers in the US. The whole litigation industry in the US is incredible. If you take 11 billion out of Bear's, shareholders and give it to a bunch of tort lawyers, they're going to start putting it back in to create the next big litigation campaign to run against somebody. So they're giving it to foundations through something called donor-advised funds. A donor-advised fund means I can donate to a foundation and have the foundation, minus their 10 to 15% commission, donate money to whichever study or whichever foundation, whichever NGO to run a campaign to advance my interests. And nobody will know who's funding it. I can get a filmmaker to make a film against pesticides, for example, and it's all dark money. And that's okay because it's coming from a foundation. But if there's ever a sniff of industry funding, everyone screams foul. But all these NGOs are getting foundation money through dark sources. And nobody cares because it smells okay. So first thing is, get people to realize foundations are not feeding the homeless and helping, fight diseases on their own. There's a lot of dark action going on.
Indeed. Anybody else want to chip in on that? NGOs? Yeah, fair enough. Lynn, can I
hang on. I just think, I think that we've had a foundation that that was funded by industry money here, and that has gone very badly. The foundation, anyone who's received money from the foundation is immediately linked to industry. So, how to cover your steps? You probably need. Obviously, we need more steps, don't we?
Right, we've got half an hour left, so I'm going to go out to the floor, and I want to hear what you think. if you have any questions. Yes, sir. Can we get a microphone now, please?
Well, you just want me to shout?
You can shout. I think I can hear you.
Well, I'm from Malaysia. Essentially, I'm an otorhinolaryngologist, a ear, nose, and throat surgeon. And I think we are actually on the right track when mentioned about the money, not necessarily coming from the foundation, as an entity, but also maybe there's a business sort of perspective. I would like to give you a good example. I'm from Malaysia. So in Malaysia, there is a public mistrust of modern medicine. So no matter what we tell the patient, there is always this sort of suspicion that probably we're not going to, the modern medicine may not work for them. And they may always believe, on the contrary, anything that is bad about modern medicine. For example, again, let's say I save life, 1,000 patients, in a critical situation. That may not get the sort of attention that is deserved. It may not come out in the front page of the newspaper. But let's say I lost a patient, one patient, especially VIP, like maybe Mr. Bloomberg, will come a front page big news the next day. So it seems to me that bad news seems to sell, and it caught the attention of the public, and the public tends to have a lot of interest in the bad news. And then when the bad news is being perpetuated, it gets a life of its own. And I think if, let's say, we come back to the story about the fight between the anti-smoking campaign and also the tobacco harm reduction, sometimes people just don't want to hear when we say something good about something. But the bad news seems to be more interesting to them. And I think probably we are on the right track. We mentioned about follow the money, but money probably also because of the business perspective or the business sort of interest, not only necessarily from the foundation itself. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add something to that, which is, as we've heard in this panel and others, bad news sells. Everybody knows that, and Lynn's explained, what the kind of evolutionary reasons for that are. But not always. If you look at the COVID vaccines, there was obviously a kind of large online anti-vax movement that gathered pace, but the media very much resisted that kind of thing. And let's be honest, the COVID vaccines have killed more people than e-cigarettes ever have. They didn't have side effects, but the media was very keen to say, look, these side effects are very rare. And the same argument about e-cigarettes, we don't know the long-term effects, were made about the vaccines. People said, no, we've done enough. We've got enough evidence. So there are times, aren't there, when the media can push back on this kind of misinformation, and it is kind of newsworthy. Anybody want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lynn made this point. I think one way of doing it is to communicate on a heart level. People are inspired by human stories. Most people don't read studies, aren't very interested in data, frankly. And I do think that that some of or so many consumer stories are so incredibly inspiring. They're also quite easy for journalists to write compared to more deeply reported or data-driven stories. And I think, if you could make it a celebrity or something like that, then it would sort of ramp up the interest even more. But I think it's always vital that our messaging is underpinned by evidence and data, but aiming on a human level is one way that you can get clicks from a positive story.
Lynn?
Just to pick up on 2 points. On balance, negative stories sell, and we're more drawn to negative stories. But of course, there's the contextual thing going on. And during the COVID pandemic, there was a lot of camaraderie, and everybody was, looking for the new solution. So we've just interpret that negativity bias against what's an environmental backdrop. And second point, going back to this kind of pulling at the emotion level, I think if you could start with, a negative where you're drawing people in at that emotional level, Like the story from earlier, I think about, the lady that had COPD and lost a lung and couldn't walk across the room. That will get people interested in the story. They're attuned to that neurologically, but then ending on a positive. Then she switched to vapes, and that kind of thing might work.
Can we go over to Mark at the back here? I'll come to you two in a second.
Thank you very much. There seems to be a whole industry of government-funded NGOs that get absolutely no money from public donations, and their job seems to be a PR engine for the government. To come out immediately, they're the first names on a press release. There's instances where these NGOs have actually been against a policy. As soon as the government announced it, they've come out in support in the press release. And I'd call them a self-licking lolly. And how do we deal with it? Right now, and I don't want to go into the individual details of the case, but there's a scandal going on, which is quite horrific, where governments have made huge mistakes, cover-ups, and the people supporting the government were these NGOs. 70% of them were funded by the public sector. How do we combat that? There's talk in the UK of sort of a Doge UK. Just uncover this, what effectively is a form of corruption, because the funding only comes because these NGOs support the government.
Yeah, and also I don't know if you've been following what's been happening at the European Union in the last 6 months or so, but suddenly the European Parliament has woken up to the fact that a lot of NGOs are not just being given a lot of money by the European Commission, but are specifically being given money to lobby. It's written into the contract that they must use this money to lobby MEPs. And that is now being gradually banned, certainly for the environmental NGOs, but I think for NGOs in general. Is that going to work, do you think?
This is, there's talk, I mean, whenever you use the word deep state, it becomes a conspiracy theory, but the governments are using these NGOs really to do their bidding. I'm working with a German group that set up something called the Transparency Initiative, for Transparent Democracy Initiative. And they were revealing how the socialists and the Green parties were giving money to NGOs that were created to run campaigns. Well, they said against the AFD, the far right, but they're essentially running campaigns against the CDU, the Christian Democrats, which is a center-right party. So they're getting involved in not only supporting policies, but also in political campaigns. And there was no transparency on how much money they gave to groups like Grannies for Democracy, and other groups like that. So it's happening everywhere because it's become a new process to engage. Giving money to NGOs is because they don't have enough money to engage in a policy process. Well, that was in the 1990s when they wanted to talk about stakeholder dialogue, but right now, industry's not allowed to engage. And so it's only the NGOs in the room now.
I think, as an Australian example, the Cancer Council, which is really at the top of the press releases every time the government makes an announcement, and even going back to that piece of legislation I mentioned, the press release on that legislation was quoting the Cancer Council. Now, the Cancer Council's biggest donor is Woolworths, which is the biggest tobacco retailer in Australia. But that is never disclosed. They never have to disclose the industry money that they receive every year, the millions of dollars of industry money that they receive every year.
Can we go to Roberta down here, please?
Yes, two very quick questions. One is there any difference between the way Michael Bloomberg acts and other billionaires that are also acting? As you mentioned, it's a whole ocean. He might be just a drop. But is there any substantial difference between the way he acts? And another question is there any chance to regulate the foundations? Because industries are regulated, academia is regulated somehow, governments can lose elections, but the billionaires you mentioned have absolutely face no accountability. There is no regulation for them. Is there any chance to, what would it take to do that?
Could you just pass the microphone back to the chap a few rows back as well? Yeah, do you want to, let's have your question as well.
I just have a little suggestion. Maybe we could generate interest for the press by focusing on the negative aspects, especially if we can point out how badly regulations against THR affect the life of peoples, how many people died because of that. And especially pick out cases of smokers who switched to vaping and then started smoking again and die of smoking-related disease. It may not be scientifically perfect, but I think stories like that could make it to the negativity biased press.
Yeah, indeed. There was a case last year in Australia. Obviously, you know that there's been 200-odd fire bombings and so on. But there have been a number of murders as well, mostly of organised criminals, so no one's that bothered about it. But there was also a case where a woman's house was... it was a case of mistaken identity, basically, and this house was burnt. This woman died. Now, if we were any good as advocates, this woman's name would be a household name. You perhaps know what she's called.
I do.
But,
I mean,
this is a kind of human interest story, which is very relatable, that, you know, if it happened on the other side, you'd never hear the end of it.
I know, it was quite extraordinary, and you know, and no one seemed to draw the connection between the ridiculous legislation that we've got and the death of that woman. And that woman was a much loved woman in our community. I was mixed in the same circles. She was a really much loved burlesque dancer and a real character. And it was a complete mistaken identity. And again, no one questioned the legislation that had caused had caused the wonderful $13 million a day industry for organised crime that has led to these turf wars, which not only have they led to the death of this poor woman, they've also led to, over 200 firebombs in my home city of Melbourne. But now, if you are a business that is located adjacent or in the same shopping strip as one of these businesses, you cannot get insurance. So the impact of this is really becoming quite far-reaching, and I know, so I think it was in the last one, a predicted consequence probably of it rather than an unintended one.
Just on Michael Bloomberg. Well, first of all, before I get to Bloomberg, every day in the US, there's one new billionaire. Every day. I think in India, it's one new millionaire so you can see but there's a massive amount of wealth creation, and what we're seeing now is Bloomberg's money is different because he made it selling a technological device for traders. But most of the people making money are in the tech world or the AI or crypto world now. So this money now is being generated so quickly, they have to take a giving pledge, which is a big thing now in the US. Many of them aren't interested. They don't have time to manage their money. Bezos isn't that interested in giving away his money, so he gives it to consultants to manage. Bloomberg is a little bit more active in managing his money, and he's directing it towards different organizations. And there's a bit of, like I say, he needs a hug. There's a bit of rage going in. If you look back at his last failed campaign as mayor of New York to get fizzy drinks off the market. So what's happened now is he's created a news organization called The Examination. You probably know about it because they give money to journalists to run campaigns against you guys, plus the food and drink industry, plus tobacco. So he's funding journalists. That may sound terrible. Well, The Guardian gets $200 million a year from foundations. Go to guardian.org, not guardian.com, guardian.org, and you may have to scroll a bit, but you'll find out they get money from Leona Hemsley, the Queen of Mean, every year. 15 million from that. So there's an enormous amount of money that's going into these media organizations. So asking the media to report on the abuse of money going to NGOs, I'm not sure they're going to be so quick to report because that's where their money's coming from. I'm sorry to be negative. Maybe I need a hug.
Yes, that does sound a problem, I mentioned it. Yes. Jeannie. And then the chap, I think he's chap behind here.
Thank you. My question sort of follows on from Mark's. And you'll be aware of this, Chris. In 1986, the Nobel Prize for Economics was won by Buchanan on public choice theory, which is essentially when governments can't talk to all voters, they can't talk to all people, so they therefore appoint NGOs and others to be the voice of who's going to report to them. And they then end up funding them, and they then end up being captured by them, and then the narrative, as we've seen with Ash in the UK, used to be against the disposable bans and now, etc. So going back to the last session, which was who's not in the room, do you think that there's room now for sort of those schools of economics that follow the Austrian school or the Buchanan school, where they look at this sort of government policy being made by vested interests of NGOs to an extent, could be activated perhaps to look at doing some sort of academic or economic stories or something like that, looking back the other way about what's going on in this industry?
Well, I'm very glad you asked that question. I mean, my answer obviously is yes. I'm very keen on more Hayekian economics and public choice economics. I have actually just had a fairly lengthy article published in an economics journal which is called Bootlegging Baptists, that looks at all the incentives that lead to paternalistic public health groups existing in the first place, and they're largely the things that David has been discussing. It's behind a paywall, but if anybody wants a copy, I'll happily send one if you see me later on. Anybody else got something to say about economic incentives?
Hello,
well.
Alexandre Lucian from Brazil. I was hearing Inácio Leiva talking yesterday about when he started his activism in Chile, and Chile today probably will be the best country with regulating vaping devices. So in Brazil, and I want to know the take on the panel on this, the tobacco industry is very vocal pro-vaping. And I don't know exactly the details of other countries, but I know that at least they are not against vaping in anywhere. So I would like to know what are your thoughts about the impact of the tobacco industry being so vocal, at least in Brazil, trying to regulate vaping because they have the products, etc. Of course, they have the interest, but also aligns with the THR, the grassroots THR, and if there is some possibility of coordination between grassroots actions and organizations with tobacco industry in this way, or if this is going to be viewed as a negative thing because tobacco industry is Satan and etc. and we cannot have a conversation with them. Thank you.
Anyone want to take that one?
I think you're right, and it's across the world. I think this idea that pro-harm reduction narrative has just come from industry, and therefore if you hold that same view, you must be affiliated with industry. It's everywhere. So again, it's obviously, it hasn't, we heard this earlier, this has grown from outside of the industry, and of course the industry have had to come on board if they're going to survive. But in terms of what we do about it, I don't know.
We need our own billionaire by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Well, one of you should go out and set up a successful business and then start funding it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add to that I think people often look at these things from a top-down perspective, understandably, but harm reduction as a concept, as a movement, has always been a bottom-up phenomenon, and that's why consumer voices are so important. And on that note, I think building, obviously this is a lot easier said than done, but building the intersections with other movements where there are obvious alliances is not only a good thing for this movement, but for a way of telling stories in journalism that can appeal to different constituencies. For example, mental health, when we know that smoking rates are extremely high in that population, homelessness, and also broader drug policy reform and harm reduction, which is why it's so great to see people like Mark Tyndall and increasing numbers of people from a drug harm reduction background engaging in this. And then that's, it applies to journalism as well. You can tell stories that appeal to beyond the choir, the THR choir, if we can describe ourselves in such angelic terms. And but I think, and again, links with the humanizing stories that harm reduction has to be seen as a people thing and not imposed by institutions, corporations, governments, or anyone else on that level.
I think there's a strange irony in Australia where, our minister is saying we must beat the tobacco companies, we must beat the tobacco companies on high repeat. And in many ways, the legislation has impacted legitimate tobacco companies. Right now, as I mentioned earlier, the two legal vapes that are available in pharmacies were supplied by tobacco companies, but the much larger illicit market is not supplied by tobacco companies, yet our ministers and our media purport that those Chinese disposable vapes that are sold in the millions that's tobacco companies, that's big tobacco, and that's who we're fighting. And it's a really difficult area to manage. And I think in Brazil it's going to be equally difficult.
I think one of the things to realize here is this is actually a battle against capitalism and against industry. I mentioned at the beginning of my introduction that you're not alone, that there are other debates in other fields. In a room somewhere like this today, there's probably the pesticide industry talking about what to do. And in that room there are farmers, and the farmers are the ones who should be out telling the story. And the pesticide industry, which is used to controlling their message, can't seem to sit down and be quiet and let the farmers tell the story. So my message to the industry people here is it's okay. Trust the vapors, the ex-smokers to tell your story. Trust the academics to tell the story. Shut the fuck up.
Down here, please. I'll just wait for a microphone. Just while it's coming, I would say, the thing about the bootleggers and the Baptists, if you're aware of this analogy, it's often trotted out in economics, that you have the self-interested bootleggers, basically industry, and you have the ideologically driven Baptists, and sometimes their needs can align and the bootleggers benefit. But the point about the bootleggers and the Baptists is that people don't trust, the politicians don't trust the bootleggers. So the Baptists have to do all the legwork. So the bootleggers are well advised to stay as far out of the picture as possible, because once people realise that actually, particularly if you're a very hated industry, if politicians realise you're going to benefit from this supposedly well-meaning policy, they run a mile. So really, it's all about the so-called Baptists. Maria.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Maria, and I'm from Canada, and we have lots of NGOs that are funded by our government. One actually gets a pension from them as well. She's been working with them so long. However, my question is, where do I start? I have a computer and I have access to the internet. Where do I start trying to figure out who funds the rest of those NGOs in Canada that are going? It's like, tell us where to start, because we're pretty smart. We've gotten this far as a group.
The first key is they don't have to be transparent. I'm actually in the middle of processing a demand from the European Ombudsperson to demand that foundations start being transparent, not to allow donor-advised funds, which are completely anonymous. So groups like the Tides Foundation are completely anonymous, but tax deductible. So remove tax deductibility from them. Push these NGOs who are against industry because they think industry is not transparent, push the NGOs to declare, not the foundation that's giving them the money, but the people giving the money through the donor-advised funds, because they'll just say it's a foundation and that's it. But also look for the word fiscal sponsor. On the donate page, they'll have something like, the Green Grants Foundation is our fiscal sponsor. That's where the money's coming from. And the fiscal sponsors are packaging up funds that they go around and seek 10, 20 million from each foundation to go into this fund to then run not just maybe that NGO, but maybe 20 other NGOs. And that's where they make the news. So they'll get the NGO to run a campaign. They'll then also fund a media group that's going to fund journalists to report on that campaign. And then they're going to take the investigative reporters' campaigns and run it in a major news organization, which also gets money from that same fund. It's not even the foundations anymore. These are consultants. Some of them sound very foundation-y, like the Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors. It's got nothing to do with Rockefeller family. It's like a law firm. And so look for the fiscal sponsor and follow it through. You're going to get dead ends because it's designed to hide money.
Can I ask what may seem a daft question here? Why don't any of these foundations fund pro-harm reduction organisations? I mean, can't they be persuaded of the case? They presumably think they're doing good, most of these people.
I mean, you could set up a fiscal sponsor today here in this room, and you could design it and create the strategy and develop it. Most people don't have the time to do that. Usually there are people from activist groups who realize, you know, why buy the milk when you get the cow for free, and realize that there's much more money there than chasing around donations. And then when you start to realize the amount of money that's out there, you might have to put climate change into your target as well, because that gets, you add an extra zero from the tech billionaires when they see climate change. That's how agroecology made them money. Sorry, useless advice. But I think harm reduction as a general field, you could package that up and you could sell it to foundations, but you need to get people who are networked that know and sort of hobnob with the billionaires, who can get on the phone and raise 20 million from a phone call.
I think it's interesting. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to make a very quick point, possibly an exception, but it's just notable that Vital Strategies, for instance, funds really valuable harm reduction work in other areas while doing what it does in THR and funds significantly drug harm reduction efforts in the States, and it's just an absurd contradiction. Just a quick note.
Yeah, I was probably making another example in Australia, where we've got some foundations that have been very generous in harm reduction, whether that's around drug use or other forms of or HIV and AIDS. So we've seen really generous foundations, but they will not touch tobacco harm reduction.
We are rapidly running out of time. I'm hoping someone can leave us with a positive message so we can all go off with a spring in our step. Hopefully, you are that person. Make us smile.
Make you smile. Okay, so but on the COVID vaccine and the media biting back, well, in New Zealand they were paid millions and millions of dollars to run the propaganda machine. I think that a lot of the money given out by politicians is to buy votes, and well, certainly in New Zealand that appears to be the case. So they're buying votes, they're buying loyalty, and some of the other points, just something from the history of tobacco control. So it's been very, very frustrating, 33 years in tobacco control and working with the media, just getting back to the media. So the media want relevant, up-to-date, new information. And the same sorry story over and over, smoking kills, smoking kills, smoking kills. And what happened in tobacco control and for academics was that we couldn't get our stories picked up, or we couldn't get our research covered. And it drove kind of a drive to extremism, like Simon Chapman and Bugger Up in Australia, which was a campaign that was started doing graffiti, so illegal action, like graffitiing tobacco industry billboards and stuff. So we were driven to do street protests and go to the school and drag the kids out of the school and do street protests. The kids just being used, of course, and getting everyone in body bags lying outside a tobacco company. We had to go to extreme, like protest type movements to even get covered in the media. And it's been getting more and more and more extreme. And of course now we just see outright lies and extreme claims. So it's really a question for the media, and also in terms of the cognitive, bias towards negative, fear-mongering stories. I also think another thing is that people really enjoy, it's like the train wreck. People like to see a train wreck. It's like disaster tourism. People are getting some kind of pleasure about news stories about how someone's just so extreme, and it's entertainment. It's like watching, those movies where you just get all your adrenaline up. Anyway, just a point on that from the media experts in terms of the hits on stories about train wrecks of the people, and even what has happened to me. It's going to be read because I'll look at the train wreck, like she's a train wreck, look what she's done, that sort of thing.
Well, that didn't cheer me up that much, but maybe our panel with their very final thoughts. Speaking of train wrecks, Australia, are people finding it entertaining?
Not particularly. I mean, I was certainly, look, organised crime is. They're very happy. They can't wipe the smile off their face. They're having a jolly good time. I do think that, I'm forever an optimist, so I do feel like, the tide does have to turn. And the fact that now, legislation has now effectively prohibited even the legal products being sold by pharmacists or prescribed by doctors, that the government policy has been so stupid that there has to be some rational thought. And I think even like in our Therapeutic Goods Authority and certainly in our law enforcement, that this model is not working, they cannot maintain it, and that they need to consider some other tools to keep people safe.
Any final thoughts from anybody else?
I'll leave you with 3 points. First of all, you need to follow the money and stop the hemorrhaging of the money that's flowing into groups that are acting against you. Shine transparency on them. Let them know that they're being bought and paid for by tech billionaires with other interests and dark money. Second point, get your own organizations and foundations to promote harm reduction, not through industry channels, but through your own storytellers. And that's the third point. You have amazing storytellers who should be leading the charge. So use that money from the foundations that you're able to tap into to do something similar to like what Clarkson's Farm. Jeremy Clarkson has done more for farmers in 4 seasons than any advocacy groups have. So once you get your foundation money, start telling stories like Clarkson's Farm for the vaping community.
Lynn.
3 points as well. First point is the media is just not one thing. We don't see as much investigative journalism anymore. Certainly my kids don't read it. We have social media, and that's a big sticking point, I think, that we haven't really touched today. And if you've just got an alarmist headline, young people will just read that. They won't read beyond the 3rd sentence, so that's an issue. I don't know if we've covered drugs education in school either. It's departing a bit from the media narrative, but my son came back from a school on drugs education, all the usual things, vaping is as bad as smoking, blah, blah, blah. So we've got to get a handle on that, how we're educating our young people. And finally, just to finish on a positive, I did see a really positive media story the other day on the wonderful Costed trial from the UK, where they gave out e-cigarette starter kits to people who were waiting in emergency rooms for something completely unrelated to smoking. Fantastic. It's being picked up a lot and taken up across lots of hospitals in the UK. So there's a positive media story.
Thanks. Will, you got the final word.
Yeah, I mean, agree with Fiona generally that the broad sweep of history is on our side, with consumers transitioning despite governments in most cases. But what's at issue is the speed, and I think there has to be accountability for those who are wantonly or deliberately slowing the life-saving transition, and most media outlets won't do that. Some will, and I hope you support the ones who do.
Fantastic. We are exactly 2 minutes and 45 seconds over time. Thank you very much for coming to this. I will now hand over to Jessica for a closing benediction.
I want to make, can you hear me now? No. Firstly, I want to make an announcement. I hope that you saw some of the amazing photographs in the exhibition outside. We want to announce the winners, and please forgive my pronunciation. It will not be any errors. Luckily, the photos and the titles and the names of the photographers will be displayed on screen. So in reverse order, the third place goes to Yoshi Ariyuan, and I am sorry because there was in fact someone from Indonesia here that I could have checked the pronunciation with, but I didn't have time. And the photo title is Not Fire Anymore. So well done, Yoshi. Second place, and I know that there are people in the room who are going to hate me now because for my pronunciation. Second place is Miguel Garcia Castro from Mexico. And the photo title is Metamorphosis. Well done, Miguel. And in first place, the winner is Mr. Tet Peng from Myanmar. And the photo title is Veil of Smoke. And this is the award which we will be sending to Mr. Tet Peng in Myanmar. Okay, so just to move swiftly on, because we know you want to get your aeroplane soon. I'm going to hand over to David in a minute. Firstly, I'd like to say a heartfelt thanks from the organisers to everybody who's participated in GFN, including our very, very supportive media partners. We're really, really pleased that David can be here to deliver the concluding remarks. He's the first lawyer in the world to work full-time on policies to reduce smoking, and luckily for humanity, he still has an interest in this urgent public health issue. He's also a very, very good friend to GFN, so we are delighted that he can bring this 12th edition to a close. Thank you, David.
Thanks, Jessica, and congratulations to everybody who's made it all the way through yet another conference. I'm sure I'm not the only one completely exhausted. Jessica just thanked all of you on behalf of the organizers. I'd like to thank the organizers on behalf of all of us. GFN team, I mean, they do amazing work, and I mean, it shows. And I've been to all these meetings when we've been able to have the meetings. They've been extraordinary. I'd also like to thank the hotel. I mean, it's a different name now, but the service has been great. They've done us well. They've fed us. They've put up with us very well. Having said that, I've been to all of these meetings. I find, and I go to an awful lot of conferences, I like this one more than any other. And the reason is that you get such a cross-section of people and ideas. So we do have, advocates here, but we have consumers, we have researchers, we have scientists, we have entrepreneurs, we have business, we have analysts, we have so many different ideas, and you keep getting challenged. And that's helpful because, that line about respect those who seek the truth, be very suspicious of those who claim they found it. And we're dealing with an issue where a lot of people really think they've found the truth, and that's why they don't need to talk to anybody who has different views or they vilify them. That I think also one of the really fascinating things about this is that you're people who are actually doing public health. And most of the people who claim they're doing public health aren't doing public health. And public health is something like environmentalist, right? You don't have a degree that says, the way you can be a dentist or a lawyer, you can be. So if I said, I'm an environmentalist and I spend most of my time clear-cutting the Amazon, you'd probably say you're not really an environmentalist because there's standards for that. In public health, there's standards. There's things like basic principles, like understand people's lived experience, meet them where they are, and empower them to make better decisions about their own health. I mean, and there's public health ethics. And one of the principles is you never lie to people. So who's actually doing public health? And I mean, you're sitting here. And this is really important because you've got others who are, what they're engaged in is wanting to use the power of the state to impose their moral views on the behavior of others. And the thing about that, because we've heard about it all through our sessions, it's a disaster. I mean, it's always a disaster. And people keep doing it. But we're getting somewhere. And I think that message comes through, but probably not clearly enough, because we keep hearing about all the problems we're facing, the people opposing us, and how difficult it is with the resources that we've got. But I think we also recognize that that's sort of what you expect. I mean, there's a wonderful book called Getting to Maybe, talking about social change, and it says, one of the problems for people trying to make a better world isn't just that you get depressed, you get despondent, because you can see what can happen. You can see how easily it can happen. You can see how amazing it would be if this happened. And it's not happening. Because, to use a technical term, a bunch of assholes are just getting in the way all the time. And it's on every issue. And the approach that people take in attacking issues like vaping, and I just want to quote from Juma's wonderful book, Innovation and Its Allies. Juma wrote this before vaping was an issue. Juma is no longer with us, Harvard professor, originally from Kenya. But think about it, because what we're doing is going through the same process so many other people have for so long, and that's what these meetings allow us to do. But he says, debates over new technology are part of a long history of social discourse over new products. Claims about the promise of a new technology are at times greeted with skepticism, vilification, or outright opposition, often dominated by slander, innuendo, scare tactics, conspiracy theories, and misinformation. Sound familiar? The assumptions that new technologies carry unknown risks guides much of the debate. This is often amplified to levels that overshadow the dangers of known risks. That's what we're doing. And other people have done it before us. You know, if we go back to talk to people on agricultural modernization or printing presses or the advent of coffee, I mean, this just happens over and over again. We're living through it, but as others have been pointing out, we're winning. So not very long ago, we could only point to Sweden and say, look what Sweden did. And the answer was, well, the Swedes are different. You really can't use the Swedes as an example. Well, then we got Norway. Oh, the Norwegians and Iceland. Well, then, well, Japan, reduced smoking by half in about 7 years with alternative product. But the Japanese and the Swedes are basically the same people. Well, then there's New Zealand. And so for a lot of the opposition coming from the United States was finding it ever harder to distinguish like why these people are different. And then about 2 months ago, Goldman Sachs came out with a report following up on the very rapid decline of cigarette smoking in the United States and the uptake of alternatives. And Goldman Sachs says that alternative products, non-combustion products, are going to overtake the sales of cigarettes in the United States of America this year. I mean, that's amazing, and it's very much to the credit of those of you who are sitting here and others who are moving. Consumers are moving. It doesn't matter what other people are saying. And we're seeing this in country after country. I mean, Australia has one of the largest vaping markets in the world. I mean, prohibition doesn't work very well. We're in a country where they used to ban things like books. People got the books. They used to ban people doing currency exchange. If anybody's ever traveled to a country where it's illegal to change money other than at the official exchange rate, you will know that you almost never change money at the official exchange rate. People find a way to do it. I mean, we will see this change, but as Lynn Dawkins was just saying so well, the question is the pace of change, and others have echoed this. We wouldn't want to say, we're getting really close to getting rid of smallpox now. We got rid of it. We want to speed up the eradication of polio. I mean, the Green Revolution was fantastic. Wasn't it great that it happened as rapidly as it did? We're still talking about over 1 billion people on the planet smoking cigarettes, over 8 million deaths a year. Projections of that number will be going up, not down. We have an awful lot to do. If we can speed this up, we have the momentum. It's unstoppable now. The question is, how fast can we move it ahead? And that's what meetings like this help us accomplish. So congratulations to everybody here. Thank you, and see you next year.